We got to get them a round of applause for those fucking hoodies they got.
There you go.
Y'all went above and beyond, and I gotta acknowledge that. You know.
Cyber Monday still going strong, baby. 30% off.
Yes, indeed.
30% off. Let's see who placed the order today. Shout out to Joseph Decker.
Nice.
I got to be careful. I don't want to say some of these might be presents for somebody.
Exactly.
Yeah, these might be presents for somebody. So, Joseph, that's my bad. That's my bad. That's me. Dame Lillard is expected to rest against the Detroit Pistons tonight.
Everybody does.
Yeah,
Steph Curry did last week.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's so humiliating. Like, how do you? Yeah. Yeah. Take some pride in yourself, man. Literally everybody takes the day off when we're on the schedule.
That's embarrassing. That really is embarrassing. I don't know why. These people, man, I don't know. It's just a different breed, man. It's a different breed. I wouldn't be with all that. I'm not saying they necessarily are, but I'm like,
David, that's my bad. I still don't know how that happened, but if you go back, place the order, you're set. I was concerned there would be an issue with the product. There's no issue with the product. You're good to go. I don't know what the hell happened, but go get that order with the 30% off. There's Joe. What's up, Joe? Indeed. Okay, so that's all right. So Joe in here, he didn't order a present for himself. Like I didn't spoil anything. I looked at some of these names and I was like, yeah. All right, let's hold off on throwing some of these names out there. D'Lo and KC. Merchandise makes great Christmas presents.
it really does.
Phenomenal.
It really does.
So do the dope ones, which KC is rocking right now.
Yeah, man.
Dopeones.com.
Yeah, man.
Do you buy Christmas presents for yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody should.
Yeah. Yeah. Y'all ain't going. You're gonna mess this up. I'm just gonna get what I want. And call it a day. Take the guesswork out of it. I'm gonna get this.
I have no problem with gifts in general. Like, people always ask me what I want. Like, hey man, especially like on my birthday. Like, what do you want for your birthday, man? You saying happy birthday. If anything else happens, that's fine. I'm not big on presents, man. Like receiving them, because I'll handle that myself.
That's exactly that's it.
Myself.
Yeah, I'd rather just do it my way. Appreciate you for being with us. Welcome in here on this final day of November, here Tuesday edition, game day edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling. My partner is decked out in his dope ones 49er gear indeed. That's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
And we're so happy that you're here with us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We welcome those listening to us on the radio on 1320 AM. And of course, those listening all over the world on the Odyssey app. If you haven't downloaded the Odyssey app yet, go do that. Search 1320, hit the heart button, save us as your favorite radio station. You never miss a single minute of the show, and we've got a busy show for you. Today, we mentioned it's a game day. Kings-Lakers, second time in 4 days. We'll talk about that. Kyle Draper, play-by-play man, one of the play-by-play guys for the Sacramento Kings. He's going to join us at 1:30. Eric Crocker coming by for a long overdue visit at 2:30. And then Matt George will join us for his weekly visit, of course, host of the Locked On. We got the Locked On Kings podcast and the Locked On 49ers podcast representing.
I don't have a nickname for Matt George. Matt Drapes, Crocky, and Matt George. I don't know.
Matt George. It's his nickname. That's his cool name. It's Matt George. Drapes, Crocky, and Matt George will be with us today, and it fits. Like that's the way it should be.
Matt was pissed on Sunday night. Did you hear him on Sunday night?
Oh my!
Yeah, he was hot.
After the Memphis, yes, he was. Yeah. He was fired up.
He was hot.
Yeah, he was. Angry Matt's funny though, because like I can't take him seriously. So like I know he like really wants to be mad, and his version of mad is like, shoot, darn it, like that. Like it has. So it's like, boy, Matt's a little worked up today. All right, Matt, I got you, buddy. Like Matt ain't the one who's gonna, Matt's smart. He ain't gonna toss something across the room.
Right. He's not a control thrower.
He's not a control thrower. That's right. He's not a control thrower. He's just a darn it. That's Matt.
I'm not a control thrower either, but I'm a expletives man.
I was when I was younger, boy. Man.
Street Fighter used to have Damian hot.
And I'm old. If I didn't get that 99-yard touchdown run with Bo Jackson, boy, I was furious. Throwing the controller, hit the reset button, start the whole damn day over.
Hit the reset button.
This is garbage. The Undertaker tombstone me on Superstars of Wrestling, and I didn't get that leg drop in. Like, man, this is trash, dude. This game, and then of course it's cheating. This game's cheating.
I heard something not too long ago where, it was a football game. So it happens with football where you play a game and you do everything right. And like the other team just scores or they just get a stop. And it's like, it's impossible, man. This game's cheating. Like, how did you know? Or how'd they make this? This is ridiculous. Somebody who worked with Madden said they do have that programmed in. Like, no matter what you do, you'll lose. It's like a 1 in every, I'm just throwing a number out there, like 10,000 game that you play. But there is that programmed in there where no matter what you do, you're not winning.
Well, I didn't get 1 in 10,000. I got about 20 a month the way I used to run. I think about those moments too. Every time I get an alert that the PS5 dropped, I'll look at it and like, nah, I ain't sending myself down that road of misery again.
Oh, no man.
Way,
maybe
buddy.
Be hot though. I played a game the other day on Madden. I was hot. I'm not a control thrower though, but I get hot, start letting some things fly. It was late at night, so I couldn't let them fly out loud. It was, just air talk. Yeah, I was hot. I was hot.
I know that air talking too. That air talking's funny. That air talking is funny.
Hey, you said Superstars. Royal Rumble was the one.
No, Royal Rumble was hot. Yeah,
that was the one that I felt like that was the one that kind of catapulted the wrestling video game. Royal Rumble.
Okay.
I don't remember Superstars.
Superstars might have been the stand-up game at the arcade. I don't know if there was a Superstars like for
now I remember system. That. I remember that at the arcade. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, but I got a Sega like 5 years after, the Sega Genesis, like 5 years after the Sega Genesis was old, but I think there was I think it was Raw. I can't remember the name of the game.
Raw
that was
War.
On there. Is that what it was called?
It been Warzone.
And
with Austin on the cover.
Yeah, that's the one.
That was the one right there.
That might have been the PlayStation because I think I got a PlayStation when like PlayStation 2 came out. Like I was always behind.
That was a PlayStation. That was
like I got the Nintendo when the Super Nintendo came out. Like I was behind on everything. Like that's just wasn't. We always got those on a deal.
Yeah, I was never like first to get like. It just I'll wait. I know it's fine. I was waiting. It's good. I'd get it eventually.
That feeds into your insecurities as an adult though. Like when you
I can imagine.
Like when you like, yo, I didn't get this. Now not only do I want to be the first to have it.
But a lot of people say that's what sneaker collecting is, right? Like they say all the time, like I couldn't get it when I was a kid.
Absolutely.
Now I'm working and I'm getting all these re-releases and all that other stuff.
I told you the story of my first Jordans. Like I couldn't afford the Team Jordan when I was in high school, and the Jordan 11 was readily available. It was just at the time $135, and my mom was like, "Child, please." We ain't you. Hey, you can go play in the park in the shoes that you got on, because we ain't doing that.
Yeah, man. It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that, girl. I mean, I was okay. I was taken care of. My first pair of Jordans were the Jordan 9s. I got them on Super Bowl Sunday from my mom's old boyfriend Barry. Shout out to Barry. Jordan 9s. I was like, what? They got me some Air Jordans. This is crazy. It was the Cowboys and Bills, the second one.
It was a close one. It was the second half.
Thurman Thomas lost his helmet.
Yeah, Thurman Thomas lost his helmet, and then it took over in the second half.
Yeah. The only thing that matters is I got a pair of Jordans that day.
That's all that's important. That's all that's important for sure. Who did the Cowboys beat to get to that Super Bowl? Was it? Never mind. We ain't got to talk about it. Never mind. We ain't got to talk about it. SCB. You want to throw the controller and start over? We can start over. We can talk Kings Lakers tonight at the Golden One Center. For those that are listening, Kenny just threw something at the camera. James Ham reported last night Harrison Barnes doubtful for today's game with an ankle injury. It's the same one that has kept him out. I should be careful not to call it an injury. Ankle soreness has kept him out the last couple of games. Rashawn Holmes not even listed on the injury report. So whatever was going on with his eye, whatever that illness was, seems to be completely scrapped, and he's ready to go at the Golden One Center tonight. Second time these two teams will play in the last 4 days or so. Nice.
Yeah, we need all hands on deck here to get this win. I think the Lakers are going to be out, trying to get back. And look, the Lakers are trying to look at it as a situation where, all right, we're trying to get on track here. We got Sacramento tonight. We had Detroit on Sunday. We got Sacramento tonight. That's a good way to start. Now let's get ourselves together. That's the way they're looking at the Kings.
Well, sure, and that's fine, and I get it. Like I completely get it, because we're gonna do that with the Kings later on. That all makes sense here soon, I promise. But they kind of snuck by the Pistons.
Yeah, what was that, 6-point win?
Was it that? I didn't even think about it. I thought it was 110, 106, maybe it was 112, 106. It was, but regardless. That's coming off the triple overtime game. So it's not like, yo, let's go out there and get this. It was, all right, we got it. We can manufacture all of these like psychological things that are going on with these different teams, whether it be the Lakers or the Kings. Oh, the Lakers, they're going to want that get back tonight. Yeah, that's cool. If they're not in sync, they ain't going to get it. It's going to be a tight game if the Kings are in sync.
That's the key.
Then we'll have a decent game here. You can come in with the mentality of whatever you want, but if you can't execute out on the floor, it ain't gonna happen. And we've got this belief that once the Lakers link up, boy, watch out, man. I love most of the guys on the Lakers. Dude, that team does not look good right now at all. They didn't look good on Friday. They didn't look good against Detroit. They haven't looked good any time that I've seen them. So to just think, they want to get back at the Kings, like, that light switch is, this is what did it? We're going to look back at the end of the year and go, man, that triple overtime game against the Kings, boy, they went back into the Golden One Center a couple of days ago, man, and a couple of days later, now that just shifted everything.
Yeah. I mean, to your point, a lot of people, and because of the names you got on there, like you said, you got 4 Hall of Famers on there.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So you've got the feeling that they can, flip a bit of a switch here. I don't know if it happens, but what I do know is that the Kings need to not let it happen tonight. All right. If they come ready to play, they come with a mentality of let's go get this game for ourselves. Let's go win ourselves. You're going to see a tight game like we saw on Friday. But if they just kind of lay down or, kind of concede, I'm not saying they never concede, but not come with a certain level of intensity to start the game and to carry it through.
They look like they conceded that game on Sunday.
I mean, I didn't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
That first timeout, when they came out of that timeout after it was 11-0 lifeless, it was like, oh, this is really over. It felt like really over.
It felt like they bought into all the built-in excuses that were there, for them. Like, oh, we played a triple overtime game on the road, early start, all the built-in excuses that people like to have. It felt like they bought into it.
You'd think the Kings played 82 games early Sunday afternoon. The way that early start has been talked about this year, boy, you would think that they got nothing but that NFL 10 a.m. start every Sunday.
And you know how I feel about that? Because I was listening to the Kings beat. Shout out James Ham. Shout out Sean Cunningham. What the hell are they going to do if they ever get good? Because you got to play at 12:30.
Yeah,
we're going to be like, we just can't be good because we play at 12:30. Yeah, No, in the goddamn game, compete at least. Look, even if you don't win, don't lose by 30. Don't go start the game down 11-0.
Now, see that there's an interesting dichotomy there. Memphis had a response. We talk about the Lakers, the Kings, all these different things. There's an example of a team that got their butt kicked. Alvin Gentry warned the Kings about it, and then they went out there and they were like, "Yo, we're gonna fix things today." Well, and luckily they played the Kings, and the Kings just allowed them to get right.
Let's not be the get right team today. Come on, guys. Come on. Let's not be the get right team.
You just can't get right, boss. Can't get right. We'll step out. We'll come back. Tyrese Haliburton. We're going to take a dive into the season that he's had. He had a decent game on the surface against the Lakers until you remember he played like 50-something minutes. We'll dive into Tyrese Haliburton's season, and you'll hear from Tyrese Haliburton as well. He spoke to James Ham. We mentioned Kyle Draper is going to join us. Eric Crocker, Matt George, all coming up here. Busy Tuesday on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
You're right. I don't know about 6 Hall of Famers. Let's calm down. Definitely 5, though.
Dwight's a Hall of Famer. Yeah,
Rondo's not a Hall of Famer.
They love Rondo, boy.
Rondo's not a Hall of Famer.
I'll send Crockett an invite just in case.
Yeah, let me see, because let me see what he texted me. That reminds me. Just okay. All right. I'm gonna send you some name, and then you guys tell me what you think.
Tell me what you want.
Oh,
tell me what you need.
Drew Hill. Drew Hill.
Yeah, I bodied that. That was heat right there. That was heat. Yeah, we could do 3. Okay. We could do that. That's fine. That's fine. Make a couple of adjustments, but we've done that before. There's no problem.
I didn't just get that set yesterday. That is a bold-faced lie. Who said that? Where's he at? That is a bold-faced lie. Got it on Friday.
That's clean.
I love that. This is that old school Niners though. But like nothing's wrong with the one now, but they got the little gold outline up in here, the gold trim on the inside. No, this is when Dion signed right here. This is when Dion signed right here. Just the black and da. They put that back in the end zone now too.
That's hot. That's hot. That's hot.
Fam, I haven't eaten during breaks in like 8 months. What are you talking about? I'm just now like, all right, I can eat during breaks.
I try to. Yeah.
Couch.
Kenny's popcorn in the couch. It was a long time ago. Popcorn in the couch. And then that 1 8-hour show where Kenny had to stand up for the last hour. He was sitting on that couch too long.
Bruh. That's what
we used
I gotta
to be
get
doing.
A stand that goes up and down. But see, they're in the camera, so
we used to be doing shows all 2 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. We did at least one 6-hour show, 8 hours.
A 4.5 or 4:45. Something.
Always, yeah. Oh, hey guys, there's a 49er game today. This is when we were doing 2-hour shows. Let's go to 5. All right. Yeah, we did the most awkward 10 minutes, the extra 10 minutes ever. Like what, two weeks ago?
Yeah,
a week ago.
You know, I'm not a big power bar guy, but I do like what are those things called, man? Damn, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. They sell them at the gyms and stuff like that. Your 24s or cow fits, but it's really good. And they have this blueberry flavor one. It's
like a Cliff
good.
Bar,
something like that.
Yeah.
And those cookies. You ever had those cookies that they have?
Yeah.
They're actually pretty good.
I used to buy them joints like that by the box full.
Pretty good.
Yeah, they're good because they're full of sugar.
But all those things, it's like protein in those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the protein bars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Quest bar.
Yeah, there it is.
Yes, Quest. Ooh, those things are good.
Appreciate you for being with us on Odyssey on 1320 AM, on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can join the community known as the Chat House over there on Twitch and YouTube. We know a lot of you are watching, but you don't necessarily take part in the chat, and that's okay. Know that you can always send your thoughts about whatever we're talking about at any time, man. We've got you.
Some people just like to see just see what's going on, observe from a distance. So ain't nothing wrong with that. But just know you're always welcome.
Always.
If you ever moved by something I say or a hot take that I may have or Damien or anything, just say.
I was going to say I'm here too.
Well, you don't usually have hot takes. You're just more methodical with your thinking. They like to say I have hot takes. Sometimes I do. I'm not doing it to have a hot take. It's just how I feel.
You've had a couple of hot takes that worked out pretty well, like the Giants' first game of the season being the worst loss of the year.
Yeah,
that one worked out pretty well.
Yeah,
worked out pretty well.
That came close one time.
They came close a couple times.
But one time I was like, "Oh, that's just."
But they wound up winning. They didn't blow it.
Yeah.
They blew I think they blew a late lead, but they wound up winning the game.
Right.
And the worst loss of the season happened on day one for the 107 win San Francisco Giants.
And I don't know when we're going to see them boys again, because MLB is going frantic right now with all these signings.
Yeah.
Because a lockout should be coming.
Because they don't mean anything.
By the time we have a show tomorrow, they may be locked out. And who knows when that's going to get resolved.
Is that 11:59 tonight or 11:59 tomorrow?
11:59 tonight. I could be wrong.
Okay.
Well, it's December 1st, right? I think
tomorrow's December 1st.
Yeah, so
okay,
midnight tonight, lockout starts, and I don't know when they're going to come out of that. I remember it was real nasty coming out of the COVID season, or trying to start it.
Yeah,
and it was like, all right, we're going to play this. We're going to play next year, and we ain't going to be around probably for all of 2022. So. Maybe cooler heads have prevailed a little bit, but I remember at that point, it was looking like we weren't going to see baseball at all in 2022. So we'll see what happens.
11:59 tomorrow.
Okay.
Jeff Passon says at this point, with the collective bargaining agreement set to expire at 11:59 on Wednesday, the rush to lock in deals is the consequence of the likely lockout that would start at midnight.
The owner's about to try and take these boys to the cleaners. Damn. Oh,
You knew this was
they gotta be
coming, though.
smarter. Yeah.
You knew this was coming after the lockout, or not the lockout, but after the situation with the COVID year. Like, because if you recall, if you can take, and that feels, what was the first COVID year? Like 10 years ago? Well, this is what it feels like, at least. It was like 10 years ago. If you recall, baseball was supposed to be the first one back.
Mm-hmm.
Like they had the infrastructure, they had everything set up. Baseball's it was going to be before basketball. Football season just went on as normal. Football hasn't had a COVID year yet. And then fans and all. And then baseball was like, baseball. Here's the plan. We're going to do like 100 games. And then I think it was like the play. No, we ain't doing that. Oh, okay, where they're in deadlock. Now they've got an 80-game schedule. Nah, ain't either, fam. We ain't going to do that. Well, what are we doing? And then they got into like a mini lockout strike where they were just both going at each other. And all of a sudden it was like, well, can we get 60 in?
Let's get 60 in. Let's get this money. It was literally like, man,
let's make a couple bucks and get this.
Let's make a couple bucks because the owners are like, let's make a couple bucks. I'm about to end you in about a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to take your little peanuts now because we're gonna get all of that back in about a year and a half.
And a note to MLB players: the end is now. That reckoning, it's here.
That's why they all sign me to a 10-year deal.
10-year deal, $400 million, but it's going to be prorated once this whole thing is shut down, and 8.5 years for however much it was.
I hope they figure it out, man. I really do.
I don't trust any union owner combo to figure things out. Basketball being, I think, the best. Baseball, I think they both collectively have their heads up their butt. And God bless them. The NFL Players Union has no heart.
Those poor guys. You said it best. God bless them.
They got
to sign a 10-year deal.
Oh, that's my God. A 10-year deal. And the crazy thing is, these fools signed a 10-year deal on a collective bargaining agreement that was agreed upon by like 51% to 49%. Literally half of your league is pissed about it. And you're locked in for 10 years. And how long did it take them? The owners have the option to add a 17th game. How long did it take? A year?
Less than.
It took less than a season to add that 17th. Them boys, man. We talk about this all the time. The haves and the have-nots in the NFL. When you're a have, you don't care about the have-nots, and it is never clearer than when the collective bargaining agreement comes up. And I love this dude. I always give him credit for this stuff. Richard Sherman was at the forefront, like, hey, yelling it from like the top of the Levi Stadium. This is a bad idea. Don't do this. And sure enough, they did. And
damn, Uncle Sherm tried to warn him. Speaking of,
he wasn't the only one. A lot of them did, but
then they
Rich
had a whole
was
thing.
all over it.
They had a whole thing where like 500 people, or maybe it's not that much, but a lot of people didn't vote.
Oh, that happens all the time in these leagues. Yeah, they really rely on, like, when you have, like, each team has a players union rep, so that player is in charge of relaying the message to the team. And that's the best they can do. They can't force the people to vote. They're like, yo, it's really important you get this turned in by that. They could do all of that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it happens. And the other thing is if your players union guy is in favor of the collective bargaining agreement, how do you think that message is going to be delivered to the other 50 some odd guys in the locker room?
He's going to do everything to sway him that way.
It's going to be delivered in favor of that. And then you've got, there are situations where players association members, like when like an initial, not the official vote is cast, but when the kind of check the temperature vote is cast, the presidents, the vice presidents, they'll start getting on the phone with every influential player that they can find. And it's, hey, here's why we need to do this. This is what's going to grow the game. This is what's best for the game. This is how we've got to do this. And they're on the phone. It's legit. This is politics.
Yeah.
This is a legit election where they're calling people, kissing babies and shaking hands and begging for votes. And that's what happened with the players. That's what happened with the NFL collective bargaining agreement. And
that also tends to highlight how much these guys aren't like financially secure at that time. Like guys that got money, right? Mm-hmm. You'd be like, strike, hold out, like you can do it. And the reality is like, I can't hold out.
Yeah, I can't.
I can't afford to. It's like
Tommy can. Yeah, Tommy can. Aaron can.
Yeah.
Patrick can. But man, number 53, who just got bumped up from the practice squad last week and needs every bit of this $100,000 that's coming his way, he can't.
And then it's like, all right, well, we know man 53 isn't. Yo, Pat, make sure he's good so we can get this done. Mm-hmm. I'm just throwing Pat Mahomes out there. I don't know what he did, but like, make sure he's good. You know, you don't have to give him all his money, but just make sure he's okay so we can stay united. Yeah. And they'd be like, ain't my problem. It's like, well, damn.
Well, I don't remember what this is from a house party. It ain't a soup kitchen. Take your ass around the block. Like, I can't help you.
Two things real quick before we get back into Haliburton and the Kings. This reminded me. Did you see the story or I don't know if it was a note or a story or whatever, where Jim Harbaugh said that he's going to take whatever bonuses he gets to help anybody that, you know, had their pay cut at the University of Michigan because of COVID. I thought that was pretty dope. I found myself on Saturday feeling, I know it's been contentious. I know I've said things about him or been frustrated with him or whatever the case may be. I found myself feeling really good for Jim Harbaugh. I was like,
sure, that
was good to see. He seemed like genuinely happy, genuinely overwhelmed. I think a lot of it has to do also that he's a Michigan man. You know what I mean? And that meant something more to him. You know, like I feel like he was more happy about that than he would have if he won a Super Bowl with the 49ers. Like that was euphoria and just stunned euphoria on Saturday.
He didn't have a, monkey on his back. That dude had like Donkey Kong on his back. He had Godzilla sitting on his back. When you're a Michigan, when you're the coach at Michigan and you can't beat Ohio State, I mean, we joke about him. I joke about him. I think Jim Harbaugh is a hell of a coach.
Yes,
especially at the college level. I think he's a hell of a coach, and we've speculated, in the leading up to that contract extension I think he got last year, is would they move on from him because he can't beat Michigan? It'd be insane. You're going to be chasing your tail for the next decade if you moved on from Jim Harbaugh in just because you couldn't beat Michigan. I think one of the big things with him is he so far exceeded expectations his first year because he inherited a disaster, like an absolute disaster. And I think they lost 2 games his first year, which was,
I think it was the Michigan State and Ohio State, but
is nuts. Given the state of that program, that's nuts. Right. And then it kind of leveled leveled, went down. Then you had COVID, all these, different things. The game wasn't played last year. So I'm happy for Harbaugh and I'm happy for that Michigan team because they're not Cincinnati. Cincinnati's trash, and they're going to get humiliated in the college football playoff. Cincinnati is terrible. They have no business in this conversation. They're going to get run off the field. But Michigan deserves to be there.
We'll get into college football later in the show because there's obviously everybody saw there's some things happening. I got some questions, and hopefully you got the answers.
It's a whole different kind of transfer portal they got going on in college football right now.
About it. And then one other thing,
and somewhere Urban Meyer's in Jacksonville. Like, you talk about throw the controller. Urban Meyer wants to hit the reset button, boy. Urban Meyer's like, damn it.
Urban going to a restaurant tonight.
Go blow off some steam. Shelly gonna let him go blow off some steam. That's how they roll in the Urban Meyer family.
some college football talk and power rankings later on today as well. But one other thing that I got to come in here and say it.
I didn't enjoy the power rankings as much as I thought I would, but go ahead.
I got to come in here and say, you mentioned Richard Sherman. Remember how upset and how people rate Kyle Shanahan over the coals for not getting Richard Sherman when they had all these secondary issues, and maybe Sherman didn't like Shanahan at all, and Shanahan da-da-da-da-da. How many games does Sherman play for the Bucs?
Are you still struggling a little?
That's James Ham and Tyrese Haliburton right there. I don't think they're weighing in on this conversation. Like half?
I don't know if he's played that many.
Yeah, he hasn't played half a game.
No. Oh, half a game.
I mean, not half a season. He ain't played half a season. I think he played half a game.
Hey, he did too.
Rich is, he's experienced.
Yeah,
and, you know, hey,
he had a good run.
Sometimes the body's just like, hey, you ain't about that. My body tells me that all. You ain't about that life no more.
No, sit down.
You are not a 6-day-a-week trainer. Sit your ass down. I think Richard Sherman's body's telling him, look, bro, we ain't about this anymore.
Nah.
You've made that money.
You've exhausted everything you could out of this body right here. We're done.
He played 3 games. Jesse says he's played 3 games. I need to know the snap count because do the 3 games equal 1 full one?
That might be the case.
Yeah, well,
might be the case.
Yeah, rough.
Get well soon, though, Richard. I don't want to see him hurt, but yeah, get well soon. But it's ugly right now. It's ugly right now.
It's ugly in Seattle too.
I was gonna just let it happen. I mean, just gonna let it happen. We extending this one. Them ones are done. They're finished. They're finished.
Yo, we knew Seattle was done. I don't think we knew they were this done.
Oh my gosh, they stink. They stink, and they still had a chance to win.
Well,
how?
Yes,
how?
Let Ron Rivera and his group figure that out. Like let them figure that out.
How you got a punter that can't kick a 20-yard field goal? Like the punter, your quarterback might almost be able to kick a 20-yard field goal. How's the punter not? He said, they were going to him on the sidelines, and they said they were asking him like what he's comfortable with. He's like, I can't. I know 5. I just can't. I can't. What? How did that happen?
It's cold world, man. It's a cold world they living in right now. We'll talk. I'll get us back on track here,
please.
Steve-O and KC here on
used
Sacramento.
to gloating here.
Yeah. No, look. Hey,
there's more to come. Don't worry.
We knew Seattle was done. We didn't know that. I didn't know. I didn't know they were this. I didn't know they were powerless rankings done.
Well,
teaser for later.
Might be unanimous, undisputed,
and new. Tyrese Haliburton had a decent little outing against the Los Angeles Lakers on Friday. Played 47 minutes, and I did that. I swear to you, I did not mean for that to come across condescending, and I feel like it did. He played really well against the Los Angeles Lakers. When you look at the box score, you look at his numbers. We mentioned the 47 minutes. Obviously, he was an integral part of what they were doing late in the game, an integral part of what they were doing through the 3 overtimes. 19 points. 9 assists and 5 steals for Tyrese Haliburton. And you look at that and you go, okay, that's more of what we want from Tyrese. But in a game that lasted, over an hour, he still only took 15 shots. He was very effective in the 15 shots that he took. He actually took 9 3-pointers in this one. But I started digging a little bit because I think this is, correct me if I'm wrong, if this isn't fair to say, we all know that like it feels like Tyrese hasn't, like something's been off. And we've speculated it's chemistry with De'Aaron, it's starting, it's a different role. He dealt with a back soreness, earlier this year. Like we're trying to figure out, like, I think part of it is, I remember one time we were going through different guys. This is when the Kings weren't awful at this point. I think they were like 5-5, 5-4. They were somewhere in that vicinity. And the focus was on De'Aaron and De'Aaron's play, but we were going we were going through Rashawn. Harrison Barnes is exceeding expectations. Rashawn's doing about what he did last year. At the time, Tyrese was doing about what he did last year. And I looked into this a little bit further. The back soreness kept him out of the Phoenix game and the San Antonio game. At the time, he was averaging 13, 3, and 5. Points, rebounds, assists. The universal way to announce that. 13, 3, and 5. Since the soreness or the injury or whatever you call it, the situation with his back and missing the Phoenix and San Antonio game, he's averaging 10, 4, and 6. Okay, so the only thing that's down is the scoring percentage or the scoring points per game. But the shooting percentage dropped from 48 to 38. And that's where it's like, oh, all right, that's a problem there. Yeah. Turnovers have gone up by quite a bit, like a full turnover per game. And that's just in the stretch. So Tyrese has never hinted that anything is wrong with his back. I was just looking for a point to kind of break the season and try to figure out, okay, we know Tyrese didn't take a big jump at the beginning of the year, but it feels like things have been off in recent weeks. Yeah. I found the 2 games that he missed and was like, okay, here's a natural break point. It's not quite right smack dab in the middle, but it's pretty close. And you just see shooting percentage has gone down. Shooting attempts have gone up. Like everything has just been a little bit off since those 2 games he missed.
I mean, there might be something there. I mean,
I don't even know what I'm looking for, to be honest. I'm not saying it's because of his back. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying I looked for a place to split the season. That's where it was, and those were the results.
Well, the one thing that sticks out to me with those numbers in that particular split is there was a back injury, and since then, not every game. It's not every single game. Obviously, you talk about the Lakers game, wasn't an issue there, but their lack of aggression has stood out on a number of different occasions. And is that because his body isn't feeling right, or maybe
he had an 0 for 5 in there somewhere?
Yeah, he had 5 points the other night. I mean, everybody played bad that night, but he had an 0 for, or what was the game? I think it was the Sixers game where he didn't score, had 9 assists. You know, I mean, yeah, it's the aggression that is missing from his game really all season, but you could probably even pinpoint it to when he missed, because he was starting to come on. It felt like, I remember there was a slow start. There was maybe 1 or 2 games.
Yep.
I know the first game for sure where he didn't play well, but then he was starting to come on, and it was like, okay, he's starting to get his groove. He's starting to feel good about himself. And then he got hurt, and now we have these numbers. So
in the 3 games before missing the Phoenix game, the second Phoenix game and the San Antonio game, 20, 14, and 17. And those are all very efficient 20, 14, and 17. Like there's a 6 of 11 in there. There's a 6 of 8 in there and a 7 of 14 in there. 30 plus minutes in all of them.
Yeah. It's really that aggression has to be what's there from him every night, man, because number one, he's the shooting guard, you know, so you've got to be ready to shoot, and you got to go shot hunting a little bit, you know, even if you're not necessarily in your comfort zone with where you're trying to take your shots. You got to go get in that comfort zone, or you got to maybe take some shots outside of the comfort zone or something like that. You got to go shot hunting, because this is what frustrates me sometimes with a Tyrese or a De'Aaron Fox. I know by nature you're not trying to take 25 shots, right? That's more so with Fox and Haliburton. I know by nature you're not trying to take 17 shots. But to be honest, that's how this team is going to have to win right now. As they're currently constructed, Fox, you're going to have to put up 20 to 25 shots. Haliburton, you're going to have to put up 15 to 18 shots maybe. Yeah, I know it's not what you want to do and typically what you would like to do, but that's what this team needs aggression-wise to be successful, in my opinion. So you got to do what you got to do to win. You got to be a chameleon, right?
Blend in with everything. Yeah. He's done 15 shots or more. He's done more than 15 once. He was 6 of 16 in a loss versus Utah. He's done 15 exactly once, and it was the triple overtime Laker game where he was 7 of 15.
Yeah, and
so you're really reaching if you're asking him to do 18.
I know, right?
You really reaching.
The other thing about that is I like his offensive game. Like he can shoot the ball, he can catch and shoot. He can finish.
They don't take stupid shots, which is very unique for this Kings offense.
That's what it is. And this, remember, Damian, what I was talking about when before the season, people were like, he could be 18, 19 points a game. He could be like CJ McCollum. To get to that, you're gonna have to force some shots. Tyrese don't really force nothing, and that's the gift and the curse with him. Like he's a super high IQ player, and he's not gonna take a bad shot. And I understand that, and that would work a little bit better if they had maybe one, maybe two more players that you can get the ball to and they can get the shots up. Then Tyrese can do his own thing, but that's not where this team is at, especially right now without Harrison Barnes. They're going to need him to be ultra aggressive. So, yeah.
You'll hear 1320 Kings insider James Ham spoke with Tyrese Haliburton at shoot around this morning. You'll hear what Tyrese had to say about his season. We'll dive further into this as well. We'll get you ready for the Kings Lakers tonight. We're going to talk football. We're going to talk to Kyle Draper. Eric Crocker is going to join us at some point today. Matt George on the way. Lots more ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. So you said the gift and the curse, and that made me think. Yesterday, I worked out to the blueprint straight through. The day before, I had worked out to American Gangster straight through. This morning, I worked out to the Black Album. Now, let me say two things. The Black Album and the Blueprint are stunningly similar. Like you can point, like if you lined up the songs next to each other and you know them, you could play that game where you connect the lines to the other songs because they're very each song has like there's Mama and then there's December 4th. You know what I mean? Like there are all of these songs that like, okay, this works here, this works here.
Not to say that it's better, but the Black Album was like the Blueprint on steroids. It was like he had mastered the class and then he made the Black Album.
The Blueprint was very literally that. It was the blueprint for creating an album.
Right.
But after listening to them both on back-to-back days, it might be the Blueprint. Now,
Blueprint is insane. It's one of the best albums I've ever heard.
I'm not going to say the Black Album is his fourth best album. I think it's if it's not his first, it's his second. But Blueprint, man, is every song. And I know you don't like Change Clothes and Encore. Those were radio hits.
No, I love Encore.
Like it or not.
I love Encore.
Oh, okay.
I love Encore.
Those were radio hits. So those were getting the Black Album attention, or more attention. But man, I found myself like every time the song changed, I just like kept turning it up a little bit more. I was like, oh, okay.
The Blueprint.
Let me turn this up a little bit more. Okay.
The Blueprint it's just flawless to me. Like it's one of the best albums I've ever heard. It's one of the best albums I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's up there. Like I remember like when it finished. And it was the first time I had listened to it like that in a really, really long time.
Even
I was listening. I was like,
bonus tracks.
This up there with Ready to Die.
Whew.
The bonus track was the Blueprint 2, wasn't it?
Wasn't
that the Blueprint 2.1 or something?
No, he did they had the Girls remix.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The one where I always say it at the end of the show where he goes, I lead the league in like 6 statistical categories, got the realest stories, the best features, and my interviews are holla. That was it was a lyrical exercise, I think is the name of that song. But he's got like 3 tracks on the Girls remix. It's kind of sick.
Yeah, it's kind of nasty. It's kind of nasty. It's funny when that came on, I couldn't remember that being I couldn't remember that being in the original album.
Yeah. She said it this way, you'll never graduate. She said, I ain't no fool, I'll make it up in summer school.
Yeah, it was just one after the other. Like, all right. The Blackout, it's gonna be tough for the Black Album to.
You know what? I say it all the time. And then at some point, I come across Reasonable Doubt. I'm like, oh man, what they did on Reasonable Doubt is just.
I listened to that like a month ago. The only song I always forget about is the Mary J one. I always forget that Mary J song is on. Because I'm quick to turn the Foxy Brown joint up. Like,
Hov is, man, it's almost like all his albums outside of Kingdom Come are like on the list of
for sure
his greatest albums.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about on Wednesday. Like his top 4 albums are better than like the top 4 albums like of all time period in the entire genre. Kyle Draper, King's Play Man, going to join us coming up at 1:30. We got our Week 12 power rankings on the way. Eric Crocker, the Locked On 49ers podcast, is going to be with us, and Matt George of the Locked On Kings podcast is going to be with us as well. A lot more ahead as D'Lo and KC roll along. Of course, we'd love to hear from you, 916-349-1320. Or you can jump in the chatty house on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're talking about Tyrese Haliburton as we get ready for the Kings and the Lakers tonight, and kind of the season that Tyrese has had. We've attempted to break it down, figure out why things aren't going the way that we kind of expected they were. And James Ham was wondering the same thing. 1320 Kings insider James Ham. And he talked to Tyrese Haliburton today at Shoot Around.
Are you still struggling a little bit with trying to figure out when you should look for your own offense and when you should be setting up other people?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say that. I just, I think my first month of the season hasn't been, the way I want it to be. I think I've had spurts, but I just have to be better, and I think it's a lot of different things. Obviously, coming into year 2, there's more, more film, whatever. I'm starting now, so playing against, first units more and things like that. But I'm missing a lot of shots that I feel like I should be making. Not making reads when I think I should be making them. So first month of the season was rough, and now I'm just moving on to second month, and I think every game goes on, I start to get a little bit more rhythm, and I'll be fine. Have you had a moment where you just thought, man, I really need to score more. I need to shoot more for this thing to work? Yeah, for sure. I mean, after a lot of these games, you know what I'm saying? Watching the Memphis film, like you see there's so many opportunities for me to shoot. Even in games where I feel like I shot a lot, there's still a lot more opportunities, and it's just finding that right balance for it. It just comes along with, kind of a feel for the game.
How much do you feel like you're being defended differently this year? Like you feel like you're higher on the scouting report, guys are closing out harder or anything?
Shut up, Brandon.
Nah, man, I feel like I'm getting to my spots. I'm getting the same shots. I think early last year, people didn't think I could shoot just because of my form. So that gave me a lot, a boost early in the year. But I feel like I'm just missing open shots. I don't think that I'm not getting the right looks or anything. I'm missing floaters, missing threes. So I just got to make more shots. But, it's a make or miss league. I'm not tripping. As long as I get to my spots, I'm fine.
Okay. Tyrese Haliburton right there. Today at Shoot Around, I had to laugh at him talking about even in games, I thought I shot a lot. As we outlined a moment ago, he's never taken more than 16 shots. That's a slow enter the game for Buddy Hield. 16 shots, 15 shots, like that's the most. And then again, 14 shots. There's only one game where he shot 14 times. There's only one game he shot 13 times. There's a lot of games where he didn't. Well, no, I wouldn't say a lot, but there's far too many games in which his shot attempts were in the single digits, which is where his scoring output has been since November 12th.
Come on.
He's regularly been in single digits. I think 6 of the 9 games, 17, 17, 19, 6 of the 9 games, he's finished in single digits, including a game where he had 0 against Philadelphia.
We need aggressive Tyrese, man, and it needs to be like overly aggressive. I usually don't say this, but I wouldn't be mad if he took about 3 or 4 bad shots today, just to kind of get in the rhythm of being aggressive. That to me, that's a sign of aggression.
What's your second plan? Because I don't think he's going to do that. That's just not his nature. He's not going to do that.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I mean, the second plan is just take. If you're open, take it. If you're open, take it.
Okay, that he could do. Tyrese is 4th on the team in shots attempted per game.
Let's see. Let me guess who's in front. It's Fox, Buddy, Barnes.
That's what that. It's got to be. It's got to be. Yeah.
Fox, Buddy, Barnes. Buddy,
who?
Buddy probably shouldn't be up there.
Is Buddy the Jesse? Does Buddy take the most? Oh, really? They're just all 3s, and I guess that's what
they're literally just all 3s.
And no, realistically, it is. I think it's 14 shot attempts, and it's like 10.7 are 3s. So being sarcastic, but not super sarcastic.
Yeah, Tyrese. I mean, as long as look, Tyrese. I was about to say, as long as Buddy's around, he'll never be number 2 in that category. But ideally, Tyrese would never be number 2 in that category. Like in a perfect world on a perfect roster, Tyrese, he probably should be around 3 or 4. Mm-hmm. Like that's his game. The problem is the guys that are ahead of him just aren't doing enough. They're not doing enough. I try to remind myself of this. The record is 8-13. That's not good. They've had multiple blowout losses at this point. Like that's not good. There isn't a huge difference with like how these guys are playing and the results. And what I mean by that is they're not playing terrible. Like they could just step it up just a little bit and change their fortunes. But we're just waiting for them to step it up a little bit. Mm-hmm. You know, they have, whether it's Fox or, Buddy to be more consistent or, I'm just anybody, Terrence Davis or Metu, whatever. Just a little bit.
Need to chill out with his 3s too, but that's just.
Yeah, he be taking them. He be pulling the trigger.
Hey, I'm a Freeport guy and that ain't never going to change, but fam. You ain't got to take every shot from Marie's Donuts. Like, come on, bro. Just step it in a little bit. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. But it's not a drastic, like it's not production-wise. It's not a hopeless team, I don't feel like, where guys just can't play that much better to try and change their fortunes. The problem that I have and my concern is we've never really seen this core group turn it around for a consistent time. So that's kind of where my worry is. But, it's taking a step back. I feel like they're not that far away from being able to turn this around with, a little tweak here and there in production. Will they get it, though, is the question.
So I'm just, you said something that sparked my interest. They've lost games by 27, 19, 19, 18, 12, and 10. And then 9, 8, 6. Good old days when they used to lose close games. 6, 5, 3. Oh, long time ago. Of course, the game they lost by 3, the game they lost by 2. That was to the Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder, respectively.
Long ago.
I recognize how this is going to come across, so it's fine. You can label me a hater, but we have our feelings on Buddy, and we both believe that Buddy can contribute to this team if whether his mentality was different or whether a coach reeled him in or a coach just said, hey, you know what? It turns out 21 games into the season, this whole green light thing isn't working. Let's try something different. Is it completely out of the realm of possibility? Because I refuse to believe that every single member of that coaching staff is, yeah, green light buddy, green light buddy, green light buddy, green light buddy. Now, maybe the most important members of the coaching staff in previously Luke Walton and now Alvin Gentry are like, yeah, no, green light buddy, green light buddy. Has no one like broached the idea of, hey, let's just not play him today and see what happens? Let's just sit him down.
I guess not. And Damian, we're like the only two, it feels like, that see Buddy the way we see him. Right? Because I'm listening
the
to
way
the Kings
he actually
beat.
performs.
Yeah. I'm listening to the Kings beat, and our guy Sean Cunningham was like, yeah, he hasn't, I'm paraphrasing here, but he goes, yeah, he hasn't always been, a good shooter or had good shooting games, but
yeah,
that's what happens. You got to play the numbers when he's an elite shooter. I said, no, you don't. No, you don't.
When are we going to? And this is where we disagree with James. And I guess we just disagree with the whole world. At what point are you not that anymore? Like at what point do you just go, yeah, maybe we should stop this whole elite shooter thing. Maybe we should stop mentioning him in the same breath as a guy whose team is like, what are the 17-3 or 17-2 or whatever they are. They're in a marquee matchup tonight against the Phoenix. Maybe we should stop mentioning him in the same breath as the greatest shooter of all time.
I don't understand it. I don't want to, and this isn't like,
I'm going to die on this hill and I don't care.
What you said,
let the vultures get me because I'm dying here.
What you said is a little drastic. They don't have to not play him. Okay?
No. If you can't get through to the dude, like if you can't get through to the dude, like if it's like, hey, let's reel this in, try it.
So here's
or give him a shot, put him in there first. You know what he's gonna do first. He ain't them Kobe's ain't gonna be on the ground for more than 20 seconds before he takes his first shot. Alvin, pull his ass right back out like he did Terrence Davis the other day.
So here's something, and I just sent it in the group chat. This was a stat that I saw that it just makes me hate numbers at this point. It really does.
Here's some numbers from Will Z. Buddy Hield is second in three-pointers made. Elite. 60th in three-point percentage.
This is getting out of control. So there was a stat where it says Buddy Hield is shooting 66.7% on threes when there's a defender within 2 feet of him. That's the best clip in the NBA by far, and he's also attempted twice as many as anyone else. And there's a picture of Buddy with a basketball that's on fire as he's about to shoot it. Like he is just, and this is what happens. Stuff like this happens, and it's like, oh, he's a flamethrower. He's elite. He's elite shooting. I watched the games. I just seen the man go 1 for 9. Okay, I just seen him go 3 for 13.
Okay, let's just outline this for everybody here real quick. 66.7% on threes when there's a defender within 2 feet of him. That's the stat with the fire fire basketball. Fam, he is shooting 37.8% from 3. Oh. Wow. That is,
and I couldn't remember this, but was he on the list of wide open guys that the wide open percentage, they were like bottom 5 or they had 5 in the bottom. Is he on the list?
He's got to be on the list. I think it was meant to. No. You know what? I don't know. I don't know that he was. It was. Because I feel like it was
Terrence Davis was the worst, right?
Terrence Davis, yes, he was worse than the entire league. Terrence Davis, Freeport was up there. De'Aaron Fox was up there.
Was Davion on there?
Tyrese was up there. I think Tyrese and Davion were up there.
Tyrese is shocking because it really feels like when he's open, he makes his threes. That one's a little shocking.
I just had his stats pulled up in front of me. I don't even know that
he was about 39% wide open.
Who's he?
I think he's talking about Buddy.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong. We'll see. Clarify with that for us.
So, okay, fine. The fact is he's shooting 37.8% on threes. And if the barometer is 40%, your boy is falling off because he keeps having games where he goes 1 of 9. And don't get it twisted. Kenny and I have been through this before. We know what's going to happen. Your man's is going to hit 4 of 6 tonight. And Twitter's, G-Lo Casey, your man, he's elite. He's elite. He's elite. And then he's going to go 0 for 12 tomorrow night in Los Angeles. And y'all ain't going to be nowhere to be found.
Nowhere to be found. And the crazy thing about it is, like, in a vacuum, in theory, yes, Buddy is a damn good shooter. Like, I believe. I say this all the time. Like, I believe if we're in a gym and you get Buddy Hield 100 threes to shoot, he'd make like 85. Like, I could see that, or 75, whatever. It'd be something really, really impressive. So he physically, literally can shoot at a great level. I'm not taking that away from him, but it doesn't translate to games. And most importantly, it doesn't translate to wins. So when are we going to try something different?
And that's what I was, and that's what I was trying to get at a minute ago when I suggested benching Buddy Hield, which was
don't play him.
Well, playing him ain't working. And if he's sucking the life out of the bench and he's sucking the life out of the starters, maybe we try something different. But I'm not sure. Alvin Gentry started Terrence Davis and pulled him in a minute.
I missed the beginning of the game on Friday. Did he start him on Friday too? Terrence Davis?
Friday.
Laker game?
The Laker game. I don't remember.
Because he was in there pretty early.
I
said, I didn't see tip off.
Right
I came in like 2 or 3 minutes in.
Oh, that's the Grizzlies game. Sorry. He started Chemezi against the Lakers.
Okay.
And Mo Harkless.
He just went to Terrence pretty early then. At least it felt like it. Maybe I got it all wrong, but it felt like he went to him relatively.
Terrence Davis played, again, it's a triple overtime game, but Terrence Davis played significant minutes. He played 12 more minutes than Davion did. Davion played 16 minutes in that game.
He was going to ride with Terrence Davis until he fouled out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, and Terrence, I think LeBron has a lot to do with it, but Terrence wasn't embarrassing himself against LeBron James on Friday night. I think before going into like either late in the fourth or into the overtime, LeBron had like 17 points or something like that. Once again, LeBron played a role in that as well with just the way he was playing. But like I said, Terrence didn't embarrass himself.
I just got to know, has anyone in that coach's office sat down and said, hey, we're really bad at shooting threes? Like, no, really. Like, look, here's the evidence. Like, you see these names at the bottom, they all play here. Maybe we should, I don't know, try something different. And I don't even know what you do. Like, what are we going to do? Run the offense through Tristan Thompson and Alex Lynn? We're going to start playing Marvin Bagley 38 minutes a game? Mo Harkless? I don't know what the answer is. I got a bunch of questions. I ain't got no answers.
Yeah, I don't know, because part of me says at this point you kind of are who you are. You're not gonna change in the middle of the season. So they're gonna live with this 3 or die by. Right now they're getting mauled by the 3. Right, like they're looking like self-defense guy getting jumped, and they're not getting away. So this is kind of who they are, but I don't know. To your point, it seems like you got to at least, you don't have to go drastic and be like, well, we're not a 3-point shooting team anymore. You don't have to do that, but mix in some other stuff. Mix in a Marvin Bagley post up on the block. Why not?
I know you're firmly against running plays for Rashawn Holmes, but
why not at this point, though? Why not? Big to big screen, help him cutting across and give him a little jump hook. Because I feel like he doesn't have like a back to the basket game traditionally, you know what I mean? But that, to your point, though, that doesn't mean you can't run anything for him. Run a little screen to screen, big to big, get him in the middle of the lane, quick catch and shoot something. They like this, the way they're going about it right now. This is crazy. And one of the things that Sean talked about on there which I completely agree with, is them not playing defense. I don't want to say it's okay because it's not, but it's kind of expected from this group. What's really concerning is that they're struggling on offense.
Right.
That's now you're looking at, we have no chance of winning. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's something they have to figure out because they got to stretch to kind of see where the season is going to go coming up. They got to stretch.
Okay, let's look at that. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento and Odyssey Station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch the show, jump in the chat house on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you're watching the show, we hope you hit the thumbs up button and the subscribe button. You'll get show highlights posted throughout the evening over there on YouTube. They're also available on Twitch if you listen on the Odyssey app in 1320 AM. We welcome you. We appreciate you here. Kyle Draper is going to join us at the bottom of the hour at 1:30. Eric Crocker going to join us later on in the day. Matt George will be with us for the final stretch of the show beginning around 3:20. And we'll get you ready for the Lakers and the Kings tonight. We're trying to solve all of the Kings issues because, you know, they dropped this one tonight. And it's difficult to look at this and go, yo, this is a tough matchup for the Kings. Oh, this is an easy matchup for the Kings. Like Kings are a mess, right? You can't measure them like you could look at the Warriors, you could look at the Phoenix Suns, who I may or may not have my eye on that game tonight as well. You could look at them and go, okay, they got Detroit coming into town. They're sitting Steph Curry. Who did? Oh, I think even Portland's like, oh, Detroit's here. Yeah, I think Dame gonna take tonight off. Like you can look at those and you can believe Portland will respond a certain way. You can believe Golden State will respond a certain way. When those matchups are out there for those types of teams, they'll respond a certain way. It doesn't matter how good or how bad the opponent is. You have no idea how the Sacramento Kings are going to play.
None.
I mean, I know how bad the Memphis Grizzlies game was, and since you referenced the Kings beat, that's completely allowed us to forget what an embarrassment that Philadelphia 76ers game was. The fact that they were missing essentially the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
And
would you call them the
Scranton 52ers? And they still managed to go out there and lose that game. But they have a stretch coming up here. I mean, they could potentially fall 6 games under 500 tonight. And, you know, the positive, and this is it's a frustration, but it's a reality. The Kings are never going to be out. The Kings are almost certainly never going to be out of it unless they grow through a horrific stretch or perhaps a more horrific stretch than what we've already seen. They're not going to be out of it because the bottom of the Western Conference is bad. Like they've played terrible, but they're 2 games back. The Lakers are 500, Denver's 500, Portland's 500. All of these teams hovering around 500, just sitting a couple of games above the Kings from the 10th spot to the 11th. From 4 to 10, I think all those teams are either 1 game above 500, at 500, or 1 game below. And it's not even Golden State and Phoenix's conference. And that's it.
Golden State, Phoenix, and Utah, and that's it. And I bring that up because it's like, okay, well, so-and-so will get it together. I don't think any of these teams are getting it together to like run away. Maybe the 4 and the 5, right? Or get it together to the point where they create a little separation from the rest. I can see that. But I think all those guys from 6 to 10 are going to be around the 500 mark. And unless the Kings, like I said, the bottom falls out, which is a possibility. It's not, I'm not going to act like it's not, but unless that happens, they're going to be in some type of contention or around somewhere. And I look at starting tonight, including this game, because it's November 30th, but December, there's 16 games coming up here starting tonight. And their games, I'm not sitting here saying they shouldn't win this. We know not to play that game with the Sacramento Kings. Yeah. But at the same time, they're not facing the elite of the league. And if you can't come out of this December with a record, right now I just threw out a number. If they went 9-7 in December, that would put them at 17-20. If you can't do that, Hell, 7-9 puts them at 15-22. If you do worse than that, trade everybody. I'm not a big proponent of this, but let's tank for my man over at Duke.
Oh boy.
Boy. If you can't, I'm asking you bare minimum to go 7-9 over 16 games where you're facing, I think, aside from the Hornets, Wizards, and Warriors, everybody else is either below 500 or no more than one game over 500 for all of December. So
wow.
If you can't go 7-9 in that time span, which is really not even good, like that still puts you 7 games under 500. That's not okay.
Yeah.
But if you can't do that, get rid of everything, man. I mean, this is a bit of an opportunity here, but we know how the Kings deal with opportunities that are presented to them recently. Not good.
They squander them. By the way, some of these teams on the schedule: Oklahoma City, who the Kings have lost to, Memphis, who the Kings just can't beat, San Antonio, who blew them out, Toronto, I believe, also blew out the Kings. I mean, there's Charlotte in here.
You got 3 games against the Clippers.
You got right starting tomorrow,
and 2 against the Mavs.
In fact, is that right? The Kings' next 2 opponents are the Clippers.
Yeah,
next 2 games are Wednesday and Saturday, and then you've got the Orlandos, the Charlottes. You got that road trip in there with Cleveland, who's playing surprisingly well. Man, we'll talk more NBA. We'll talk more Kings as we roll along here. We got Kyle Draper set to join us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Want to shout out my man Jacob for being the dude who tunes in once a week and thinks he's firing off this big hot take. Shout out, Jacob. We appreciate you for being with us, even though it's really clear you haven't listened in weeks. But we're just happy you're here.
All I'm gonna say is, I know where Jacob be at. He talked about it earlier in the chat.
Okay.
I know where he be at.
Man,
that explains that comment.
Yeah, that gets you stuck on stupid, man. So sorry, fam. That's your loss. That's your loss, Brody. You're gonna have to own that one.
Yeah, man.
We can't undo stupid. We could try, but you got to tune in more than once every 3 weeks because that take was a bit much.
That's wild. Air horns for one Rihanna, who is pregnant.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Yeah.
Word? I saw I saw like she was named like Queen of Barbados or so. I don't remember what Morgan sent me, but wow. Okay.
Where's my girl Miss P? It was on her timeline.
Wow.
She meant to be, yes, Rihanna is pregnant. I guess
that wasn't a fake Woj tweet that Miss P.
I don't know. She might have got duped. I don't know.
Man,
but it's from
Rihanna.
the Academy, which has a blue check mark.
Okay.
It says Rihanna is pregnant with her first child with ASAP Rocky.
All right.
Good for her. She ain't never making music again.
Telling you, man, they don't make no money doing music. She's like, man, watch.
And now I can't tour? Nah, I'm really not making I'm done.
I'm just gonna go ahead and change the game. Eric Crocker locked on 49ers. Got him.
Oh, hell yeah, Steven. Yeah. Happy birthday to Doc.
Oh, hey. Happy birthday, Steven.
Is it Steven or Stefan? I want to get it right.
Stefan. Stefan.
I don't know. Can he do it? What's that? I don't know. Explain yourself, Ramsey. Oh, Jacob's back.
Oh man, that sounds dangerous.
Yeah, be safe, bro.
Yeah. All right, we'll give you a pass for.
We'll give you the G pass.
We'll give you the pass just because if you're listening too closely, you could plummet to your death. So you get a pass there. Ain't gonna be me climbing up them poles.
Amen.
What's up, 50? Man, what's up, 50? What's up, man? Curtis Jackson. We need some extra Christmas days off, man. 3 days doesn't sound
Christmas is on a weekend this year, huh?
Christmas is, yeah, because I think we got like Christmas Eve off, which is a Friday. And I was looking around
that's why Thanksgiving might be more popping.
I was like, man, we might have to have our own
Monday
lockout and get that Thursday. And get that Thursday. Like, hey, the only thing I know Danny's gonna say is, well, you know, the 49ers play. Nobody care, Danny.
Let's see. What are the Kings? The Kings' last game is on that Wednesday. And then they played Sunday. Come on.
Our man KD going to join us here coming up in just a couple of minutes. Kyle Draper, Kings play-by-play man. Of course, he does the studio work as well with Kenny Thomas, Matt Barnes, Morgan Reagan.
I think Drapes is going to be on the
tone down for that.
That's what it does. That's what it does.
Deliver in a different way when Drake beats it. Like, oh,
somebody said, get ready for new Drake song to drop. Rihanna's pregnant.
Oh,
new Drake is coming.
Oh, you already know.
He's gonna be sad.
You already know.
But I think Drapes will check with him, but he's gonna be on the pregame probably today. Huh?
Okay.
I don't think
that would make sense because Mark usually misses
be
those weekend games because he's traveling to God knows where to
where did I
college
see
football
Mark
game
this week? Oh well, he was that was crazy. Him and Katie were in Memphis.
Oh, they were traveling. That's right. Yeah,
they were both there. And then I think Mark did Florida State, Florida football.
Oh, that's a good one.
On Saturday, yeah.
It's gonna be a good weekend, man. I cannot wait for.
I'm a little stressed. Because you don't want to beat Ohio State and then lose in the Big Ten championship.
You don't want that. Yeah, like you are solidified right now, certified for the college football playoff. Like they're getting in. They get out. You know who winds up getting? Man, boy, there's so many. So if Bama's out, does that mean Notre Dame gets in? Does that mean Oklahoma State gets in? Like, who is that next team up? Because Alabama can't lose twice and be in, but Alabama can beat Georgia. Then they'll both get in.
Well, yeah,
and then it'll be Alabama, Georgia, Michigan, and Cincinnati.
You know what might happen? Because I don't know if they have the rankings out. Maybe they're doing it tonight. Whatever. But if Alabama loses and they're not comfortable with Notre Dame, they might run it back. Ohio State, Michigan.
I doubt it. Because Ohio State can't improve their ranking. Notre Dame can't either.
But that's what happens to Alabama, though, a couple of times, right? Remember those times they would lose, but they wouldn't make the SEC championship game, and that's how they would get in.
Yeah,
by not playing, basically.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah,
this is when I do love college football.
Yeah,
when there's some intrigue.
It'll be fun. It'll be sad when Cincinnati's playing in a college football playoff game and you have to turn it off.
What if they got to play Georgia? What if they feed them to Georgia?
Well, that'd be the smart thing to do. Get it out of the way. Get it over with. Like you can't risk Cincinnati being in the college football championship game. You got to get them out quick.
First of all, shout out to our guy Charlie. You know what I'm saying? Stop disrespecting Cincinnati. All right.
They don't belong here.
Who does? Oklahoma State?
More than Cincinnati does?
Hell no. Cincinnati beat Oklahoma State.
No.
They already beat Notre Dame, so we already seen that happen.
No.
They probably
Well,
wouldn't
Notre
beat
Dame
that
don't
one.
belong here either.
They wouldn't beat Ohio State.
You would be better off putting Ohio State back into this than putting Cincinnati, Notre Dame, or Oklahoma State in. But that's
really
not how
is.
it works, though.
And it gets even crazier if Michigan loses.
Oh, it gets
Then
terrible.
what
if
do you
Michigan
do?
loses. It gets terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, the fix is in.
Don't blow this. Yeah.
They, they mentioned it on Saturday, and I didn't even realize this because it feels like it's been around forever. But first Big Ten championship game for Michigan. That's crazy. They've never been in a Big Ten championship game.
Oh, that's what I was like. That's impossible. No, it's not because it hasn't always been in existence.
But it's been around long enough. It's probably like 10, 12 years. It's been around, and they've never been in a Big Ten championship.
Y'all had some lean years there, boy. Y'all had some lean years over there in Ann Arbor.
And like Mr. Haliburton said, though, them days are over. I can guarantee you, them days are over.
Shout out to Mr. Haliburton, man.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Yes,
that's
indeed.
over.
Shout out to Mr. Haliburton, man. I don't know if he's watching right now, but he knows we love him. We got a chance to see him on Wednesday night versus Portland. So, and I know
he got to come on here and talk to me about his Cowboys, though.
Those are your Cowboys.
They ain't my Cowboys.
They were when they was throwing for 500 yards a game. They was your Cowboys.
Look, they had to be there. I'm not saying that I liked it. They just had to be there. Well, they ain't got to be there no more.
They ain't there no more. We'll talk about that. We'll have our power rankings coming up here in just a little bit. In addition to the Kings and the Lakers, I know that's what we're all locked into tonight, but it's worth keeping an eye on a couple other things like we were talking about. And this is going to drive Kings fans crazy. It happened last year. It happens regularly. It's part of, like, again, barring just an epic failure as an organization, they're going to be in the hunt at the bottom of this play-in scenario. And I don't know that they're going to fall off, but I don't know that Denver's going to be able to. Denver, they might be playing for a play-in spot rather than a play-off spot.
That's for sure.
With the loss, now they've got Michael Porter Jr. out indefinitely with the back surgery. Jamal Murray's already out. You know, Nikola Jokic is partying with his bros in Miami, and he's playing great. But even like you're going to throw everything on his back here at this point. That's a tough world. That's a tough world to live in.
Yeah, that's a tall task, man. By no fault of their own, they've run out of top flight guys.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
To be able to be a legit playoff team, right? Like, in my opinion, maybe they surprise everybody, but a lot of the guys that they're going to ask to step up, it's kind of out of their role. You know, you're gonna ask Will Barton now to be, and he's a good scorer for sure, but you're gonna ask him to be a 20-point per game type guy now.
Show him tape, buddy. Will, this is your job, pal. We want you to be Buddy Hield.
Will is at 16.2 right now. That's about where he should be. Yeah. But now you can be like,
you need him to do more.
That's tough. Aaron Gordon, I don't know if he's the type of guy anymore that can do more, can get into 18, 19 points a game. Poor Monte Morris, you got to ask him to go up to 15, 16 a night or so. So,
well, it's you say, well, you just add two here, maybe spread it across the board. Asking these guys to add 2.5 points to their average, that's not the easiest task in the world, right? Even though there's more shots that are going to be available. The other difficult part about this, which we don't often talk about a lot, because we'll go through a roster and try to figure out who can make up for it, who can do this, who can do that, when ultimately it's going to fall on the shoulders of the league's MVP.
Yeah.
It's going to fall on the shoulders of Nikola Jokic, and whether he intends to or not, at least for a handful of games, he's going to be out there probably forcing the issue a little bit. Right. He's going to be out there, there's extra shots to be had. My team needs points. It's going to be me that's going to have to do it, and you're going to wait. And I think the overall, the greater concern I would think for Michael Malone is the fact you're going to wear his ass out.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. Like that's literally a load on him. You know what I mean? And it can wear him down. You notice, Damien, not everybody can do what Russ did in the MVP season. Or it's just like, well, it's just me. All right, I'm going to just do this for 82 games.
And let's be honest, that was 27-year-old Russell Westbrook, 28-year-old Russell Westbrook. Like that's not Russell Westbrook today.
Right.
That was the right time, the right place for him to do something. Right time, right place, right position. It's hard to ask someone in Nikola Jokic's position, literally and figuratively on the basketball court, to be like, yeah, okay, go carry everything.
Yeah.
Go carry this entire team.
That's a tall task, man, for a guy who's a great basketball player, but that's a lot. Plus, he's never really had to do that before.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's been an MVP, obviously, but you still had a guy like Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. to help carry the load. So they're a team that I think is going to be in that play-in scenario, and they might dip a little further, or I don't think they'll fall out of the play-in, but they might be around that 10th spot. So
and this is the dreadful life of a Kings fan, right? Because you knew at the end of the year you were going to be able to do this, but you could do it right now. We've talked about these standings. The standings are insane. Like 10-9, 11-10, 11-10, 11-11, 10-10, 10-10, 10-11. That's 4 through 10 right there. You've got the Oklahoma City blown lead. That's 9. That's 9 wins right there. You've got the Pacers game that you were in late.
Yeah.
You just get one of these other games to go your way.
Now
all of a sudden you're Portland. You're damn near Denver and Memphis. Shoot, you're almost the Lakers at this point. Like 21 games into the year, you can already go, wow, things would be a lot different for this team had they not blown a lead against a team that has won one game. The Thunder have won one game since they played the Kings.
Wow.
They split up their losing streaks. They had a losing streak after the Kings won a game. Then they've started. Now they're on a 6-game losing streak. The Rockets are 4-16, and they've won 3 straight. So those bottom.
That's crazy. That's crazy that they're surging now, and they've won 4 games. You know who's actually won some games lately is your boy Griff down in New Orleans. Belo and JC. Hey, we went down there in Los Angeles, got us a nice little win last night in the Staples Center up against Paul George and them boys. Now, I want to talk more about Brian Kelly, though.
Oh, they definitely want to talk about Brian Kelly because they probably paying part of Brian Kelly's salary to get him out of Notre Dame and down to LSU. We'll get to that because I got some questions.
I have a question for you when it comes to that.
Okay, we'll table it because
we'll
Katie's going to join us here in a minute. But you say my boy Griff. I don't know how Griff got labeled my boy, by the way, but they're 6-17. But that bottom group again, that Oklahoma City loss. It's being a Kings fan, man, it's incredible.
Wow,
Houston, New Orleans, Oklahoma City, like San Antonio. Those are the teams below the Kings, and they're at 6 losses. Or 6 wins, excuse me.
Right. Well, look, Damien, you forgot one that might be the worst.
And San Antonio, New Orleans, and Houston all won their last game. It's only Oklahoma City who's lost 6 straight.
We talked about the OKC game might be the worst, but the one that really might be the worst is the Philly game.
Oh, the Philly game is just awful.
I mean, that's just
awful. Just awful.
Which one was worse? It's the Philly game, right? That's the worst loss of the season.
Well, in complete context, I think the Philly game is the worst loss of the season. Oklahoma City, you were winning. Like, you were up double digits.
Weren't they up 10 against Philly?
Were they?
In the second half? They were up the majority of that game. And then they scored 10 points in the fourth quarter.
Oh, that's right. They just mailed in the entire fourth quarter.
Oh,
I didn't mean to bring our man KD in on this note. We really should have tried to change the subject before discussing all the bad losses. Kyle Draper, KD, what's happening, man?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing today?
We good, man. We good. We ready for some Kings basketball. Kings, Lakers. Let's go, Drapes. I'm ready.
Exactly, man. We coming off that triple overtime game last time we saw them.
Yeah.
So here's my question to you guys, though. This is my first real Kings-Lakers home game with fans
right.
in the stands,
Right.
things like what's the vibe going to be like? I better not see 50% LA fans.
Well,
No,
close
you're
your eyes then,
Well,
Drapes.
yeah, you might want to sit this one
Close
out
your
then,
eyes.
JD. No, seriously, Kyle. You won't see 50%. You'll probably see like 65 to 70.
Yeah.
It's
That's messed up, man.
It's
That's
rough.
messed up.
it's as to paraphrase Terrence Howard, it's hard out here for a king. Like it's a tough it's a tough vibe at the Golden One Center right now. But they did play well. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say on the flip side, Kings fans are always, turned up and ready to go for their team. They get a little more energized when the Laker fans get in there and the Lakers come to town. So it's gonna be about as electric as an environment as a team that's 8-13 could have. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be a nice night tonight.
No, I'm ready for it, man. I'm ready for it then.
Yeah, it'll be loud no matter what. And it'll inevitably be loud when the Kings start jacking up threes. I'm curious, like you've sat with Matt Barnes, Kenny Thomas. I know you guys have talked about this. Like this is a team, the Sacramento Kings, that are just feels like they're shooting a ton of 3-pointers. Like what do you what do you think as you're sitting there watching them? Buddy checks in, he's going to get that 3. They stop moving the ball around. It just kind of circles around the perimeter. And they seem to be riding or dying with that 3-point shot.
No, you're right about that. And the numbers indicate that. And that's the way today's game is played. But the problem with the Kings, and you guys, I think, will agree with this, they have guys that can make threes, but they don't have shooters outside of Buddy Hield. And there's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
You look at Golden State, you look at some of these other teams out there. Even look at the team we're going to face tonight, the Lakers. They surrounded LeBron and them with some guys, Wayne Ellington, Malik Monk, who are known more as shooters. Yeah. And so I'm okay with guys like that getting up 8-10 shots a game from 3. And I'm okay with Buddy Hield. I mean, that's Buddy's game. And we're going to debate this on the pregame show tonight at 6:30. Who's the most important Kings player? And I could make a case for Buddy Hield because when Buddy's on, that changes everything for this team, I think. And we're going to talk about that later tonight. But no, I agree. They take a lot of threes, and they got guys that can make them, but they don't have shooters. And I think, when you build this roster, if you're Monty McNair, that's probably the next step. Add some shooting to this roster.
So with that, Drapes, myself and Damian, we've talked about, and Damian's asked the question a number of times, if it's not working, shouldn't they be looking to do something a little different, right? Like they're one of they can make threes, but the numbers are saying right now they're just not making them. So do you continue to keep banging your head up against the wall, or do you try to get Marvin Bagley on the block, or run a big to big screen and get Rashawn Holmes something in the middle of the key for a little jump hook? There's got to be some kind of variation when this isn't working, right?
Yeah, but you guys got to realize who's your best big man. Arguably, it's Rashawn Holmes, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
and what's he missed? The last 3 games or so? Mm-hmm. And so their offense is predicated on Tyrese or De'Aaron Fox getting downhill and either hitting Rashawn Holmes or an open shooter. But when you don't have Rashawn Holmes, who's your best big in that screen and roll game out there, I think that changes a lot. And so I'm not saying Rashawn Holmes is the difference, between a playoff team and not, but, that's your starting center. That's the guy you paid $46 million, and that's a huge part. And you don't have Harrison Barnes either. Come on, man. I'm not even going to talk about the Memphis loss. You're so short-handed the other day. I know y'all might want to bring that up, but
that was nasty, Drapes.
Starters in that game.
That was nasty, Drapes. Come on, man.
Starters, bro. Come on, man.
The Drapes I know would not accept that.
Here's what I won't accept, though. And Kitty, I know you agree with me, and Damian, too. De'Aaron Fox has to be better.
Yes, sir.
He got to be better. When you don't have 3 starters, I'm looking at my leader. I'm looking at my guy, De'Aaron Fox, to have one of those games. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And he just didn't deliver. And so that's what I want to see. I mean, you shouldn't get ran out of the building. Mm-hmm. But I could argue that roster that took the floor for Memphis on Sunday is a better roster than the Kings had on Sunday also. But you can't
fair
lose
enough.
in that way, I think. It should be a closer game than that. They were never in that game.
Yeah, that game was over in the first quarter, and we'll stick with De'Aaron since you brought him up and how he has to be better. And you talked about how he's got to be able to kind of guide this team in instances like ones where Rashawn and Harrison and Mo Harkless are out. But I don't feel like in Kyle, I'm curious your opinion on this. I don't feel like De'Aaron has that. I can't figure out the proper way to put that FU gene. Like he just doesn't walk on the court and go, F it, I'm going to do it all myself.
Yeah, and you might be right about that. But we saw him last year. Didn't he look like it a little bit last year?
Absolutely.
I mean, you're talking about a guy averaging 25 points per game. A guy that lit New Orleans up, for 40 on multiple occasions. Where's that big game? Yeah. Sure, he scored 30-something against LA, but he took 32 shots. I want to see that big game where he takes 20 shots, gets to the line 12 times, and you look up and he's got 37 points. And I haven't seen that yet. And I don't know what's going on with De'Aaron. And, some people will say, guys, you're asking too much of him. No, we talked about this last year. If you want to be in the category of Tatum, Mitchell, Bam, some of these other guys in your draft class, you got to show up. This is year 5, man. This is, you're not a young guy anymore. It's time.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%, man. Kyle Draper, Kings play-by-play and pregame host. We'll see him tonight. And Kyle, on Wednesday, before Thanksgiving, the Blazers game, it was lit. It was electric. And then Marvin Bagley, a guy that I've been critical of numerous different times, just the way things have gone, not necessarily the man, but the way things have gone, I've been very critical of him. He hits that big three. You're on the call. The place goes insane when he hits that three. That was a good moment, man. I enjoyed seeing that from Marvin. Can that performance and then what he did against the Lakers, and we'll forget Memphis for now, okay? But can those two games, do you think that can catapult Marvin into being a consistent part of this rotation and being a productive part of this Kings team moving forward?
Yeah, I think so. And I don't know what's been going on behind the scenes. But, for him to be buried on the bench to start the season, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, guys. I mean, you're talking about your number 2 pick, the most important season of his career, a contract year. You know what I mean? He's trying to get that extension. And then you open up the season and he's not even in the rotation. And so I wonder now, if I'm Alvin Gentry, am I instilling confidence in Marvin? And am I building Marvin up? Whether to keep or trade, whatever, I don't care. But you need something from Marvin Bagley. You talk about inside-outside big. He's their best inside-outside big that can do it on all 3 levels.
Right.
Talking offensively, Rashawn's not stretching out to the 3. Sure, Alex Lynn can knock down the 3, but when you're talking the total offensive package, Marvin Bagley is their best big when it comes to that. And so I hope so. What I'm seeing from Marv, though, is encouraging. Look at him going after rebounds the way he's doing it, man. It's just like I see a hunger in his eyes when he's out there, and it may not always be successful. Like I thought when he first started to get minutes, he couldn't knock down a 3. I mean, but these last 2 or 3 games, he's been able to knock it down. And so I think so. I think Marv has to be part of the rotation. But then is Tristan Thompson not out there? Is Alex Lynn not out there? You got Rashawn Holmes coming back. Damian Jones has been playing well. And so that's the criticism of the roster, right? You got too many bigs. Somebody's going to have to sit. But if I'm the Kings, I'm playing Marvin 20 minutes a night, man, because I know defensively he may have his issues, but the dude looks like he's out there trying. It looks like he's in a good headspace right now. I would like to build him up. I had a theory. So one of my good friends was Josh Childress, former NBA player.
Yeah.
And when he was in Atlanta, I would say, if I'm the coaches in Atlanta, I would take 1 or 2 games to build this dude up. You know what, Josh? This is your night. You're our guy. Just to get him rolling, give him that confidence. Because the long play is then he's feeling good about himself. That never happened. I want to see that here in Sacramento. Marvin, you're our guy now. I'm not going to play you, let's say, 35, 40 minutes, but if you miss a defensive assignment, I'm not going to yank you out. Right. If you go 0 for 5 from 3, I'm not going to pull you out. You're going to still get minutes. Right. And maybe that builds him up, and then, 2-3 weeks down the line, he's good to go, and he's rolling.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like
you
that.
may take some lumps in 1 or 2 games, but you're trying to build something here. And I think Marvin, I mean, you can't just let a number 2 overall pick waste away. You just can't if you're Sacramento.
Yeah. And to that point, Drapes, like you said, they need the guy. To be honest with you, the way the rest of the roster is playing right
it's
now,
not like that position is super strong.
Right? Yeah. Yeah.
KD,
You guys are right. Yeah.
When we hang up, I'm gonna ask you to call your buddy Brad in Boston and just check the temperature on the Jaylen Brown situation. Just see what's just Brad, it's KD. How you doing? Hey, what's going on over there in Boston? And just kind of get a feel for what's going on. Maybe we keep an eye on that situation in Boston.
Me too.
Nah, Brad ain't dealing. You got to deal back at the All-Star though. Jaylen Brown's an All-Star fella. Who we giving up?
That's right.
Who we giving up?
I ain't naming no names. I'm gonna ask Brad what he wants, and we'll take it from there.
I'm just asking you to check the temperature because I feel like something might be percolating over there in Boston, and you know it's our duty to keep an eye on it.
That's our job.
All.
That's our job.
Exactly. Hey, and they did have interest in our guy HB last season. But here's the thing about Jaylen Brown, guys, real quick. He's perfect for the Sacramento Kings.
Yes.
A dude that's aggressive, hungry, going to come at you. He doesn't take nights off. It may not always be successful. He may go 3 of 13 or something one night. But that dude is coming to bring it every single night, and he's gotten better every single year. And so if you could find a way to bring Jaylen Brown, I think not only on the floor, he's a leader off the court as well. You know, very involved in multiple causes. I think that would be great. I think it might take a lot, though, man, to get him here.
Yeah, it most definitely will.
Drapes, I'm gonna be out there tonight, man. I'm gonna come by and say what's up to you, big dog.
You bring a mom tonight, or you coming solo?
No, I'm coming dolo, man. Mom, she always she asked Kyle Draper, "Hey, Kyle, what can you do to get Luke out of here?" I was like, "The guy, he's not getting Luke out of here. What's going on?" Chill out, Mom.
I got that. Hey, man, I'm not involved in that. But no, yeah, come holler at me tonight, man. I'll be there.
KD, always great talking to you, my man. We look forward to seeing you tonight. Thanks for joining us.
All right, fellas. Talk to y'all soon.
All right, man. Our man Kyle Draper. He's gonna go get to work on that Boston deal for us.
We're gonna make it happen.
Just check the temperature. Just see what's going on.
We're gonna make it happen. Like I said, I ain't naming no names. I don't know who's not gonna be here. I'm just saying I want him here.
I ain't even saying there's a trade on it. I'm just saying I think there's something percolating there, and we've got to be responsible and ask questions. And KD could walk into, we can give KD all the credit. He could just walk into Monty's office and say, "Call Brad's on the phone. He wants to talk to you." See what we could. Celtics fan Jesse chiming in here. We'll step out. We'll come back. We'll talk more. Lots more Kings basketball ahead. We got power rankings coming up. College football. We're hanging out here on this Tuesday. Steele and KC on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh man. Boy, out at the mall, huh? Okay. All right.
Hey, that's me.
Out at the mall. That is you. I was gonna say that looked like 50 Cent up there, but no, that's Kenny. I was like, that's Curtis. Is that Curtis Jackson again? Is that Curtis Jackson again?
Yeah, Arden Mall is not what it once was.
There's
no need for you to go to Arden Mall no more.
No, there's definitely not. This can't be right. I'm trying to figure out if I've been to Arden Mall since the pandemic started.
I don't see why you would.
Yeah, but I've only lived here since.
I think you still.
I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't think I
shoot. If you're going to I got to go to the mall, which I don't like. Damien, I'm Damien here. I'm not really getting out. Like I got all the online stuff I need, but I need to go to the mall. Well, I'm gonna just go to Roseville because I don't always go out to the mall, so I'm gonna go out to Roseville. Yeah. Arden, sad what happened to Arden Mall.
I try to avoid going.
It is
California pizza.
I haven't had that in a while.
Yeah, me either, but it is dope.
They do have a California. Yeah, that place is really good.
I'm
They got
hungry, man.
the,
We need to dead this noise because your boy is hungry.
somebody said Elk Grove needs them all. They do, but that's dead. Mr. Haliburton said that's over.
This is
We got a Costco not too long ago, like a year ago. That Costco be popping. And in that complex, there's an Olive Garden, and that's where the Mayweather gym is going to go.
wait, what?
The Mayweather. So Floyd has like these gyms, kind of like 24-hour fitness chains.
Okay.
And Sacramento's getting one. It's going right there in Elk Grove.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they just built some like water park area. Oh. Now that is when everything is about to
the
pop
casino.
off. I can't wait. Let's go. I don't even gamble like that, but let's go.
Oh,
That casino's going crazy.
I keep wanting to shout
In a
out.
good way or bad way?
Hey, DeloandKC.com, 30% off. I keep wanting to shout out to people who are making orders, but I'm stopping because, again, I'm not.
Yeah, we don't know what they're getting them for.
We don't know what they're doing. So if y'all out there, man, we appreciate it. DeloandKC.com, 30% off everything running through tonight.
Yeah,
Cyber
man.
Monday +1.
Yeah, man. Are
Plus
we
one,
doing?
plus one.
No, we already gave 30%. I'm about saying we doing anything if the Kings win.
We've never gone above 30 before. I mean, I think we could get to 40 and it
Now
doesn't
you're getting-
murder us.
I was thinking 31 or 35.
Oh,
now
God.
you're getting out of control. Oh, Lord. Well, do that. It ain't happening.
Half off if Buddy goes for 50. That's a pretty comfortable bet.
Oh, man.
What was his highest? 40 something?
Yeah, then he had
Kobe
40
game?
something against. He had that one. Then he had 40 something against the Celtics at one time, right? He had like 10 threes or something. You want him?
Yeah, it is going to be a.
No.
There you go, Patrick. Patrick will be in the house tonight. That's good stuff.
Patrick.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Got your power rankings coming up here in just a couple of minutes. I'm laughing. I didn't think about this until Kyle Draper brought it up. The atmosphere will be interesting tonight.
It will.
It's going to. The good thing about it is it's going to be loud no matter what, unless of course we have a replay of Sunday's game, which if we do, that's a whole other issue. But
it'll still be loud.
If it's it'll just be loud in the wrong way. But if you have if you've got a close game, it's going to stay loud the whole time because no matter who scores, the crowd's going to be cheering.
Look, and I'll say this. I know everybody, likes there is no rivalry between the Kings and I get all that. The energy is higher for at least the Kings home game when the Lakers are in town, and if it's a close game. Like for Kings fans, throw the record out when the Lakers are in town. They want to beat LA. So if it's close, I feel like there's going to be a lot of energy in the building tonight.
I think so too.
Yeah, especially for Tuesday.
I don't know that all that energy is going to be directed towards Sacramento, but I definitely think there's going to be some energy there.
It definitely won't be, but that'll get the Kings fans riled up in a good way. Like everybody knows, let's not do anything crazy, but like Laker fans being in the building, it's going to be like, it's going to make them cheer harder if the Kings go on an 8-0 run because they want to stick it back to the Laker fans. You know what I mean? Like they're going to be more into it. So it's going to be a good vibe out there tonight.
I hate wins and losses aside. You mentioned this earlier, and it is maddening the fact that you don't know who's going to show up on a night-to-night basis. And I don't mean individual players and who's going to step up or who's going to do this. I just mean you don't know if you're going to get the team from Friday or the team from Sunday.
Yeah.
And if we come in tomorrow and say you got the team from Sunday or the team from Friday, no one's you're not surprised either way.
Mm-mm.
It's like you just don't know what to expect from this team, and it can get high level frustrating.
Very, very. And what makes it even more frustrating is this is the same thing we've been dealing with for years now with this particular group. That's what frustrates. Like, I don't necessarily want to go this route, but I look at somebody like OKC, and I think OKC plays hard. I don't think they're good. And it's almost like I don't want the losing. Like, I'm done with the losing. But I feel like if I was a Thunder fan, like, I could accept that. Like,
you're done with the losing, but I don't know if the losing is done with you.
Losing got a damn bear hug on me.
It's that ex-girlfriend that keeps texting. I really messed up. Like, nah, man, I ain't about it. Leave me alone.
What was that? Oh, it was Mr. Cooper. Hang on, Mr. Cooper. When the lovely Leela Rashawn was that girlfriend. And they're like, Mark, don't go back there. She thinks you wrong. And she came and she tried to be all sweet and nice. And Mark was falling right back into it.
That's what happens. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. And that's what losing is. You think you've moved on from it. You think, oh, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of the losing as a Kings fan. Nope. Still there. Still there. Isn't Leela Rashawn gold star for Marcus? Dinner was yummy. She had the bad feet. Yeah, she had hammer time. She had hammer time in the toes. Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't positive.
It feels like, and I think this came out after Boomerang, but the first time I really saw Leela Rashawn was Waiting to Excel. I was like, oh, I had no interest in that movie. And then I saw her. I said, oh, let me see what this is about.
I'm going to exhale now that I see Leela Rashawn. Oh, no, I noticed her in
Boomerang. Well, young Kenny Caraway was like, oh, Waiting to Excel.
Kenny was tantalized as a callback to last season. He was tantalized when seeing Leela Rashawn for the very first time.
I saw her not too long ago.
BMF.
That's what it was. That's phenomenal knowledge by you.
Well, because I think that's why she's on like my mind, is because I recognized her from. I was like, yo, that's Leela Rashawn. Boomerang. That's the gold star for Marcus. It's just Boomerang. It's just time is a wild thing. Boomerang came out a long time ago. So Leela Rashawn is older. It's like, oh, okay. No, that's definitely her.
Still looks great. She's aged just fine.
Oh, absolutely. She's still beautiful. She's just older.
Daughter, somewhat like, I feel like the where I saw, maybe it was on BMF. Who was with her? I thought, where was that? No, it was it BMF or was it Insecure?
Oh, it was Insecure.
Yeah,
it was Insecure. Like there was a baby involved.
Yeah, because it was Lawrence's son.
That's it.
And it made me think, is Lawrence's baby mom, is that Leela Rashawn's daughter in real life? Because they kind of look like each other. Or that's just great casting.
Oh, I don't know. She has 2 children. I don't know, but now we're in it. If you weren't prepared for a deep dive on Leela Rashawn today when you tuned into D'Lo and KC, I don't know what to tell you.
I think that's her name on the show.
I don't think that her daughters are. I don't think her kids are actors or actresses.
Okay.
She is a beautiful woman, man. Oh, my goodness.
The lovely
gold star, 57 years old.
Oh man, she looks great.
Dinner was yummy. All right,
Boomerang soon.
You got to. You got to. I love Eddie Murphy, man. I've said that 1,000 times. I'll send you a picture during the break that shows you. Like, I didn't realize how much I loved Eddie Murphy till I was putting something together. I was like, oh wow, okay. All right, yeah, Eddie's my guy. Eddie's my guy for sure. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. I mean, we could go from BMF to hey. You might not be ready though. You might not be ready.
I'm always ready for power.
They say this is a big rich town. I just come from the poet's part.
Did you ever figure out what happened with your flip side? Like, how have you botched flip side 2 weeks in a row?
So look. Flip side's ready to go. And we will play it today, matter of fact. We will play it today. So what happened was, this is a little behind the scenes for everybody. There's a roadcaster here, and you have all these drops on here, right? And there's different pages. And I always thought, like, if I go to the last page, that's where the last flip side was that I put on there. Well, apparently there was another page that I wasn't even aware of from back in the 49ers game day.
Oh my.
Era.
Oh my.
And I kept going to that page, and I thought I was going to what I thought was the last page, and it was the last page, just not what I thought was on it. So it's all cleared out. Flip side's ready today. Let's go.
We gonna start just doing flip side on Sunday before the game starts. Like we just gonna start doing it before the next game's actually played.
Typically, I would not be tripping, but I need flip side today. I
got
need
it.
flip side.
Okay. All right. Let's do power rankings. We'll do flip side. We got Eric Crocker. I think he's going to join us around the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Matt George will be with us for the final stretch of the show, beginning at 3:20. So let's hit our power rankings here one more time with Joe and 50.
Have you seen the new one yet?
Not yet. I haven't locked into that yet. I did not have as much fun with my power rankings as I thought that I would. I was really excited to put this together last night, and then like kind of a couple of things dawned on me. It was like, all right, this isn't nearly as much fun as I thought. You want me to go first? You want to go first? Well, so like there were the Cardinals were off. So what am I gonna do with the Cardinals?
Well, you got to do what you got to do.
Well, so here's what, and I think Kansas City was off.
Yeah.
So it was like, all right, I talked about a couple of teams surging, and so I didn't enjoy this. Here's what I did though.
Okay.
I kept the last week the Bucks were at 5. I kept the Bucks at 5. The one that killed me, because I was really excited to see how high I could get them onto this list, was the New England Patriots. I couldn't get them above 4. And here's why. The Cardinals didn't play this week, but I can't knock the Cardinals from 1 down to 4 or 5.
No, can't do that.
So I put the Cardinals at 3. So it's the Bucks, the Patriots, the Cardinals. This took a little bit of work, and I refuse to put them at number 1. I am not impartial. I put the Packers at 2, and shout out to Cheryl in Baltimore as I put the Ravens back at the top of the power rankings. Ravens first time there.
Aren't the Ravens like 2 weeks removed from losing to the surging Miami Dolphins?
Yeah, Dolphins won 4 or 5 in a row?
They're talking about Dolphins are like primed to go like 7-7 going into the end of the season.
Are the 2 hottest teams in the NFL right now the Patriots and the Dolphins?
Well, I mean,
Kansas City's got to be up there too.
Kansas City, damn, that team down the road from us ain't getting no love.
They working too. They working too.
Yeah, Patriots the Patriots are on there.
I put the Ravens at number 1 because I had them at number 2 last week. The Packers, they had come off a loss. They had a bye week before that, so the Packers worked their way back in. They deserve to be here for sure. But I have the Ravens at number 1, Packers at number 2, Cardinals at number 3, Patriots at number 4, and the Bucks at number 5. Again, the Cardinals only dropped because they didn't play. Kansas City, they were number 3 last week. I moved them out because they didn't play.
Yeah.
They'll be back in, and I think next week will be the week that I hoped this week was with my power rankings, where it'll be a lot of fun to kind of dive into and lay this out.
Not a bad power ranks. I don't have much bad to say about the power rank. They're fine. Now, here come the right power rankings up.
Okay.
Yeah, look, much like you, Damien, I didn't want to do this, but I got to do what I got to do. Packers are number 1. All right. Okay. So we'll go 1 to 5. Packers are 1.
Okay.
Cardinals, who were 3 last week, move up a spot. They're now number 2. And I really wanted to put Cardinals number 1, but it's going to be hard to put, as long as the records are somewhat close. It's hard to put the Packers below the Cardinals. when they went head to head in Arizona on a short week and beat them. So that was really the deciding factor there.
Okay.
Number 3, the Chiefs. They moved up from number 4. Then we have 2 teams that weren't in here last week. Number 4 is your number 1, the Baltimore Ravens. They weren't in my power rankings last week. They're number 4 and number 5. Shout out to Joe.
There you go. Let's go.
Number 5
Yeah.
in the power rankings right now. Playing great.
Okay. You really don't like the Bucks, do you?
No, tried everything I could not to get them in.
You really don't like the Bucks, do you?
I thought they were going to lose on Sunday.
What are your What are your powerless rankings?
Whew, them poor Lions.
Yeah.
I keep saying they're not going to go on 16. It's getting harder and harder to say that it's not going to happen.
I feel like you've tried to stall the Lions out a couple of times.
Yeah.
When you're this deep into the
Dan
season.
Campbell, we joked about him. I like Dan Campbell. I kind of like the guy. And he's trying everything he can to turn this around or get these guys a win. And, man.
I certainly don't dislike the dude, but I feel bad for him. I feel bad for Jared. I feel bad for all of those guys. They've lost some tough games. The way that they're losing is just brutal.
Just brutal. And then I tweeted it out. I actually did watch them on Thanksgiving.
I saw that.
Shout out to the bro-in-law, Kurt. He's a Bears fan. They didn't have any real appealing college basketball games on at the time. So I said, all right, man, go ahead, turn it on, man. Turn on the football game. Yeah, I was scrolling while I was watching. But I was watching. Saw Big Sean performing at halftime. Yeah, I was watching.
Yeah, it was quite different than what performed at the halftime of the Dallas Cowboys.
Bro, that was
I was in the kitchen. The crazy part was I was nodding my head like that Jay-Z give. I was like, what's this?
No, and the Queen Bee can confirm this. The craziest part for me on Thanksgiving was I'm in the kitchen, I'm washing the dishes, trying to get a hold of it while the cooking is going on.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah. So I'm washing the dishes and they have this thing on the TV before the Cowboys game. And they asked Dak, they said, Dak, what's your favorite Thanksgiving meal? And he says, green bean casserole. I said, what? What did he just say? I knew the Cowboys were in trouble at that very moment.
Yeah. Dak
said it with all kinds of pride. Like, what? Green bean, what? So, yeah, that
him
that
and
was
Patrick Mahomes both.
That was Thanksgiving. But yeah, Lions, I don't know. They couldn't win that game on Thanksgiving because I thought they were going to win that one. They can get that one done. I don't know when it's going to happen. I really don't. So
might not.
They're number 1 on the worst team in the NFL. For me, number 2 is the Texans.
Okay.
Who didn't they lose to the Jets? Should have double checked this, but I thought they lost to the Jets on Sunday. Right. They were leading, and I think they lost. So they moved below the Jets. Texans are 2, Jets are 3, Jags are 4, and it brings me
21-14. Jets beat the Texans.
They were up 14-0. I think the Texans were. It brings me great pleasure. Let me get some air horns for this.
Oh, yeah. You're late on this one, but go ahead.
Number 5. The Seattle Seahawks. Now, the thing that worries me is they're definitely a bottom 5 team in the game. Of course, they face the Niners this week.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, DK Metcalf had like 1 target last week. Mm-hmm. So they're going to throw the ball to him 11 times on Sunday. And he's going to have this monster game. And yeah, frustrating. But they're one of the worst teams in football right now.
Washington had the ball last night for 41 minutes. For those who are unfamiliar, it's a 60-minute game.
Did you see the 3-and-out streak they had between like the second quarter and the start of the fourth?
Yeah.
They had like 6 possessions where they went 3-and-out. One of them, the next one, they got 1 first down and then punted the ball away. Seattle.
I'm always good at pulling stats and then losing them. One of them was on like Russell Wilson's like one of the worst third down quarterbacks in the league or something like that now.
That's crazy, man. That is crazy.
Yeah, here it is. One of the reasons behind the possession struggles has been Russell Wilson completing an NFL worst 38% on his third down passes.
Wow.
That would be the worst completion percentage on third down by a qualified quarterback since Mark Brunell in 2004.
Jeez.
The company that Russell Wilson is keeping right now is Cordell Stewart, not Pittsburgh Cordell Stewart, Chicago Cordell Stewart.
Oh, no.
Cordell Stewart, Mark Brunell, and of course, Chad Hutchinson.
Yikes.
That's who's in the class of Russell Wilson right now with his play on third down.
Well, I'm expecting Russell Wilson to look like 2013 Russell Wilson on Sunday. He's going to turn back the clock one more time on Sunday. Let me hear your powerless rankings, and then I want to throw something at you real quick.
Be their first losing season since drafting Russell Wilson.
The ship
My
with
goodness.
a P be sinking.
What did you want? My power list rankings. I had the Lions at number 1, the Jaguars at number 2, because there is probably no more miserable human being on the planet right now than Urban Meyer, as he's watching bags and bags of cash being handed out all over college football, and he is trapped in Jacksonville for the next couple of years, knowing this thing is absolutely going to fail, and he's going to have missed out on the USC job. He is going to have missed out on the LSU job, Notre Dame job, and tens and tens of millions of dollars.
Maybe, though, if he plays his cards right and he crosses his fingers, he may be in line for the Texas job.
Okay.
That would be a good look for him.
It would be a better look than he's got right now. I've got the Texans at 3. I've got the Seahawks at 4.
Ooh.
They're a disaster.
I showed them too much respect.
You did, and I put the Jets at number 5.
Look at the Jets moving on up. Big ups. I just wanted to tell you, I came across something on the interwebs, on the Twitter, as the old folks like to say. They say the Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
Tankathon for the NFL.
Oh, my.
Number 1 pick is Detroit. Number 2 is Houston. Number 3 is Jacksonville. Number 4, adding injury to insult to injury, excuse me. It would be Seattle. They don't have a first round pick. That goes to the Jets.
Oh,
and number 5 is the Jets by themselves.
Oh, good.
The Seahawks don't even have a first round pick.
Oh. I was really waiting for the long cut there. I'm sorry. We don't need to go down this road. We could do it at a later date and time. But the Jets having 2 top 5 picks and seemingly having gotten their number 2 pick last year, potentially wrong, doesn't give me a lot of confidence. I think he's still hurt. So I get maybe it's he wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire. I know, he played this week.
Oof, I feel like I didn't. I was on Red Zone. I watched some of that game, and I feel like that was not him.
It was Zach Wilson, 14 of 24, 145 yards, 0 touchdowns.
That didn't look like Zach Wilson, because the play that I saw, the guy got his helmet ripped off.
Oh,
on the pass.
Maybe he's grown up. Maybe being in a Jets uniform, he's grown up quickly.
Yeah, he completed all the pass. He threw all the passes, so I guess that was him. But wasn't like he was good.
Yeah, that's. Oh boy, the Jets.
Where's Joe at? Joe needs to tell me that this is quality quarterbacking.
No, that's not true.
He went 14 of 24, 145, but they won the game.
No, but he threw an interception. Mac Jones doesn't throw interceptions. Come on now.
Mac Jones at one point had a 1-to-1.
He did. He sure did.
No, Mac is way better than Zach Wilson. Don't get it twisted.
Oh, very much so. Which, again, it goes into this process of evaluating quarterbacks and talking about that position and how you get here to this point where the Jets can't conceivably be looking for a quarterback in the next draft, even though they're going to have likely 2 top. It might be a stretch to say 2 top 5. That's where they're at right now, but they're going to have 2 top 10 picks. You can't take a quarterback again. You just did this with Sam Darnold. Like, you've got to commit to Zach Wilson being your guy. And you've got to build around him because, man, that team is a mess, an absolute mess. As of right now, the Jets have picks 4 and 5. The Giants have 6 and 7, and the Eagles have 9 and 10. This is the I-95 draft.
Wow, the Bears don't have a first-round pick. They don't really need it because they got their quarterback, but damn.
Yeah, there's some things that they need over there on that roster, though. There's some things that they need for sure. We've kind of one thing we didn't mention yesterday. I want to talk a little bit about this. We've talked about the bag being thrown all over the place in college football. Of course, that's with the news that Brian Kelly is leaving Notre Dame. Not a sentence you hear very often. Brian Kelly's leaving Notre Dame. He's headed to LSU after they fired Ed Orgeron. Of course, this is coming a day after Lincoln Riley accepts the job at USC, leaving Oklahoma, building a tremendous offensive powerhouse. And talking about power rankings, talking about Arizona, apparently Oklahoma's #1 target is your man Cliff Kingsbury.
Do you believe that?
Absolutely. Well, why wouldn't I?
I mean, yeah, Oklahoma's target for sure. Like, you know, when I was single, my target was Beyonce, right? Like, yeah, that's my target. That doesn't mean Beyonce has any interest in me.
No, that's a terrible comp. That ain't gonna cut it.
The thing is, the people are saying the agent keeps connecting Cliff to these schools because he wants a new contract with the Cardinals. They just connected him to they just connected him to Notre Dame.
That's smart.
Yeah,
but there's a flaw in that agent's strategy, though. We'll explain what that is. Plus,
look at that tease.
We didn't miss it yesterday. We were talking about it during the commercial break. We didn't talk about it on the air. DeMarcus Cousins back in the league with the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll talk a little bit about that. Eric Crocker going to join us at the top of the hour. Matt George coming up an hour from now. Lots more ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, let me make sure I got this correct. All right, give me 2 seconds, Jesse, here. On second down. I don't want to mess up with these guys. Hold on. There we go. All right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. And I talked yesterday about Teofimo Lopez and the loss that he took against Kambosos on the weekend. The crazy thing about it was that might not even have been the best fight of the weekend, as Stephen Fulton Jr. or Stephen Fulton, not a junior, or maybe he is, I don't know. But I know him as Stephen Fulton. I know him as Cool Boy Steph. All right, that's what I like to call him. And Brandon Figueroa, they put on a classic, a borderline classic on Saturday night in Las Vegas. As Stephen Fulton came away with the majority decision in their junior featherweight fight, 122 pounds, and it was a classic. The one thing that I was frustrated with watching that fight at the end of it was Brandon Figueroa. I know it's just the end of the fight and adrenaline's running high. He fought a good fight. He probably felt that he won, but sitting up here and basically going T.O., talking about how it was a robbery and he knows he didn't hurt him. He hurt him 5 times and all this other stuff. It's like, Brandon, man, be a little humble in the loss. Be a little humble, man. And Stephen Fulton wasn't saying anything bad. He said it was a close fight. I got the decision. I was hitting him with the cleaner punches, which I agree with. He was catching them during all the flurries, which I agree with. When Brandon Figueroa was bringing pressure, bringing energy, Fulton was blocking some of those points and blocking some of those punches and connecting with shots of his own. I thought it could have gone either way, but I absolutely understand Fulton getting a decision there because I thought he had the cleaner, more precise connections in that fight. Great fight. Brandon Figueroa, just say you want to do it again, Fulton said we could do it again. Not every loss is a robbery. All right, we need to get out of that. Just because you lose, it doesn't mean it's a robbery. Yeah, you could have won the fight. There's some people who say you should have won the fight. I get that. But that doesn't mean Stephen Fulton shouldn't have won the fight himself. And that's a robbery when the other guy who wins shouldn't have won it and he got it. That's a robbery. This wasn't a robbery. It was a great fight. I hope to see it again. We'll see what Brandon Figueroa does if he stays at 122 or whatever the case may be. But shout out to cool boy Steph for the big win on Saturday night. That's the 13th round. What? Oh, that was a robbery. What are you talking about? That was a robbery. That was about as close to a robbery as it gets. Jesse said we couldn't keep the same energy with Triple G in Triple G Canelo 1. No. Brian Kelly. Wow. He low-key was sounding like he was on jerk status. Wow. Reese's antibodies finding further evidence of need have been recommended. Flip side, that was crazy. Though. When I figured that out, I was like, "Why the hell does it keep playing this cut?" And I didn't know there was another page, and I kept going to the page that I didn't know was there. I thought it was what I had just put in there. I was like, what the hell? I'm about to take this back. I apologize to Roadcaster. I slandered your name for the last couple of weeks, and it was all my fault.
He said, I'm going to have to take it back. Like, fam, you didn't buy it. Like, what are you taking it back to?
Take it back to Jonathan. Be like, I need a new one.
Hey, something wrong with this. Something wrong with this, man. It ain't working. Welcome back. Show already in progress here with D'Lo and KC. Eric Crocker going to join us at the top of the hour. Matt George, Eric Crocker, of course, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast. Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He'll be with us in about an hour.
Because I definitely want to get all into this football stuff that we're about to get into. I want to hear what you got to say about why Cliff Kingsbury's injured may be wrong with the game that he's playing or the flaw that is in that strategy. But I do want to give a big shout out to the Ball family, because last night Lonzo and the Bulls went up against LaMelo and the Hornets, and you might have seen it circulating around. There's this kind of classic, iconic picture of LaMelo guarding Lonzo. And that's got to be awesome. And I was, especially when he first came around, I was not a big LeVar Ball guy. I've kind of done a 180 on him a lot since then. And I mean, he said it since LaMelo was like 12. He's like, yo, he said all three of them. Jello's still in the G League. He still has a chance to get there, but he said, my boys are going to go. And damn it, they're there. They're there. I just thought that was really cool last night to see. And I think it's their second game. It wasn't their first game they ever played against each other, but that was dope to see that last night, man. That was cool.
I can't wait till Will Smith plays him in the movie. 10 years. King LeVar comes out.
Never lost.
Never lost.
The LeVar Ball story.
That was fun. And it's a good night of NBA for sure. And we'll get back to the NBA. I want to talk about Boogie here in just a minute, signing with the Milwaukee Bucks and what that may potentially mean for them and for him. And Jesse forwarded this tweet as we were talking about Brian Kelly, Notre Dame, the coaching carousel in college football right now. at least within big schools. Brian Kelly, this is according to a reporter at ESPN, heard Brian Kelly met with the Notre Dame team for 11 minutes this morning and then left. It's an interesting tweet. Wow. It's an interesting note. I've never been a big Brian Kelly fan, so nothing you could say about him surprises me. But I know it all comes down to money, but LSU's a better job than Notre Dame.
So this is the question I wanted to ask you.
Mm-hmm.
Is LSU a better job than Notre Dame?
Well, I guess it's in the SEC. Mm-hmm. So that's you know your recruiting is different. Mm-hmm. Also, it's LSU and it's not Notre Dame. Mm-hmm. So your recruiting can be different. Yeah. So there's a lot of different things that you could do there to potentially build this program the way Brian Kelly wants, and maybe it's the money. Like that's what it all boils down to. You were asking about the Cliff Kingsbury thing a minute ago. Mm-hmm. And Cliff Kingsbury's agent allegedly linking him to Notre Dame jobs, Oklahoma jobs, things like that. And they're doing it in the hopes that Arizona ups his contract. Arizona, and to the best of my knowledge, no NFL team can compete with what Oklahoma or LSU or USC or Notre Dame can offer you. Like, they don't pay coaches like that. And the thing that, like, really, like, when you're the head coach, like, you run the city. Like, we've gone over the flaws in the college football system or the college sports system many times. Mm-hmm. But there are things that could happen to Brian Kelly in old Baton Rouge we ain't never going to hear about.
Right.
We ain't never going to hear about it. If Urban Meyer was still the head coach at Ohio State, that video wouldn't have dropped. It would have been like, no. That's coach. We don't put that away.
Don't do that.
We don't do that. But it's Urban Meyer, coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, and it's like, hey, let's make an ass out of him. It's different, man. It's different. Plus, man, bro, you make, like, you'll get a reported contract of, like, what's Nick Saban make? Like 11, 12, $13 million, whatever it is. That's what they tell you he makes. That doesn't count all the different bonuses. That doesn't count the fact that he probably gets a new Mercedes delivered to his house every month from the dealership around the corner. It doesn't count that he probably doesn't pay for, he probably got a satellite dish. He got 4 different types of cable. Like you don't pay for any of that stuff. You don't pay for your phone. Like the household expenses that you and I have and everybody listening to this, Nick Saban don't have those expenses.
Yeah.
All those companies in Tuscaloosa cover them for him. And it's not, but it's not just Nick Saban. It's the head coach of Tennessee. It's the head coach at Florida. It's the head coach at Oklahoma. It's the head coach at USC, because USC is so desperate to be back in this conversation.
Yeah.
Notre Dame is maybe a little bit different, but I don't know how much different.
I think LSU is a way better job, and I'll tell you why. Number one, like you mentioned, the academic restrictions that Notre Dame has, LSU does not have. Number two, you're in a hotbed in your backyard with LSU, and you also have the recruiting pipeline of Georgia, Alabama, and Florida to choose from. And I haven't looked at the Notre Dame roster, but I don't think they have a whole lot of Georgia, Florida, Louisiana boys on that in that roster.
Nobody want to go there.
That's my
South
point.
Bend, Indiana.
And the other thing about it is it's a different time. It's almost like what went on for a while with Michigan. These kids don't know about or care about the history of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
they ain't tripping off that. Yeah. So you can
spoiler alert, the most recent history of Notre Dame hasn't been good.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, I mean, the most memorable Notre Dame story right now is Manti Te'o.
Oof.
And the fact that you were, outside of Manti Te'o, it's the fact that you were humiliated in bowl games.
Right.
And didn't their football program, didn't they kill a kid? What the kid who was worried? There was a young,
the guy who was taking the video.
He
felt, that's crazy.
It was like a
windy day
or something. Yeah.
And they had him high up there and it tipped over. Crazy.
Yeah.
Hellfire and brimstone were
the lights gone crazy on your boy.
Al Kane really is there.
No, you know what that is? You talk bad about Notre Dame. That was a sign. That was a sign. If y'all watching on Twitch and YouTube, the light we was talking about Notre Dame, and all of a sudden the light shined like, hey, might want to fall back a little bit over there, Tiger.
Yeah. So I think LSU's a better job than Notre Dame today.
I'm with you.
But then again, and maybe it's, I don't know the dynamics here. Can't Notre Dame, like if it went checkbook for checkbook, couldn't Notre Dame pay more than LSU?
I'm gonna guess no.
No. Okay.
No, because Notre Dame, with all due respect to LSU, Notre Dame probably cares more about academics than LSU does. So they're not going to be quick to dump a bunch of money in their athletic program. Now
that's a decision. If they wanted to go checkbook for checkbook, they could
sure,
put LSU
like
under
sure,
the
if they wanted to, they could.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got one of the most insane television deals in college sports.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't think they care that much. I mean, they care to a certain degree, but it's like, oh, you're getting, oh yeah, go on, do your thing.
Wow. Yeah, Notre Dame, the job is open. That you talking about like how
Cliff Kingsbury don't want that Notre Dame job, dude. That he
really
can't get
somebody brought up David Shaw. Kind of seems like a good
that feels
fit.
like a lateral move to me.
Stanford
to Notre Dame.
It's higher.
But but you have the same difficulties. And you can't recruit in California. Like, I mean, you could, but
I think they would.
So.
Notre Dame's on a higher level than Stanford. I get what you're saying.
No, but yeah, maybe program
standards and things of that nature. But
what's that? It's not going to do anything for David Shaw, though.
Well,
like he's going to have the same issues recruiting.
that Damien is having.
Look, I don't want to talk about Notre Dame anymore. All right, I don't want to talk about Notre Dame anymore. It's going all bad in my house right now. Sorry, like me.
Notre Dame's
in terms of building a program, I don't know that it could get any better.
But he could get. Somebody said it, or Ramsey said it. Notre Dame recruits nationally. Stanford,
that's fine. You can recruit anywhere you want to. You're going to meet a crop of young people now who don't care. You want me to go to South Bend, Indiana? No.
True.
At least with Palo Alto, you've got
the Bay Area.
Palo Alto.
Right. It's not
freezing
cold.
Like, it's going to be 70 degrees most of the year. Well, when you're digging your feet out of the snow to get to your class or practice or whatever.
You're right. It's not going that well right now in Stanford anyway, though.
I'll be interested. No, it's not. And much like, I don't think Stanford cares. Stanford's like, we got a good coach, we got a good program. Like we're getting the type of kids we need here. We're good to go.
Damn, now Stanford has people that are just
all right, I'm just turning the light off. I don't even know. Like the whole lighting system is off in my house right now. This is just all bad. Yo, if y'all want to see something, tune into the stream. I might spontaneously combust any minute.
This don't make no damn sense.
Man.
The other thing that you reminded me when you talked about like the coaches not paying for anything, it reminded me of this is no secret. This isn't breaking news, but I remember, I think it was A-Rod was talking about how the professional athletes, they still get per diem when they go on the road. They get like hundreds of dollars per diem.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, damn, like I'm going on the road. My trip paid for. Like, I don't have to dip into the check that they cash every 15.
Nope. You sure don't.
Man. And it wasn't even like, I remember in college we got per diem. It was like $150, when we went on a road trip. They get like 1,000 to go and do whatever you got to do.
You said you was gonna go say hi to Kyle Draper tonight. Go ask KD about that road per diem. Go ask Mark Jones about that road per diem in the NBA. And find out, like, That's a
Look,
different world.
the Kings might get per diem for tomorrow in LA, and they'll be back after the game. Like they're gonna leave tonight and then be back after the game and get like a stack.
It's a good. I have seen WNBA player per diem. I have seen ESPN per diem, and I've seen NBA announcer per diem. I've been told about NBA player per diem. Boy, that's a different animal.
I need to go work on my jump shots some more. I need to get in that league.
Got to get in that backyard, man. I mean, who couldn't use a 38-year-old shooter who doesn't play defense? Matter of fact, I got the perfect team for you. I've got the perfect team for you. I'm
a good fit here in Sacramento.
You don't have to travel far at all.
Oh man, real quick, because we're gonna get into some other stuff. Just a little funny story I heard. Did you hear about Devontae Adams and Odell Beckham?
No, I didn't.
So after the game on Sunday with the Rams and the Packers, Odell goes up to Devontae and says, "Hey man, let's do one of those jersey swaps." And Adams goes, "Go do it with Cooper Kupp since you wanted to be with him so bad," and walks off.
That's funny.
So eventually they said, and in the locker room, he ended up sending his jersey over to Odell, and everything was all good. But he was like, "Yeah, man, I was kind of mad about that. I really wanted him in Green Bay, and he chose the Rams, and he didn't forget that."
I admire the pettiness. I appreciate that. I absolutely appreciate that level of pettiness, man. That's solid.
Yeah,
that's solid. One other quick note here: DeMarcus Cousins signed with the Milwaukee Bucks. That is official.
Come on now. Boogie's back in the league. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Shout out to John, who just tagged us in a in an old post from 2004 where DeMarcus Cousins catches Nick Stauskas showing off his NBA cash.
Taking the Instagram photo.
Oh, this is great. Boy, that NBA per diem is no joke. It's no joke, man. No joke at all. Yeah, DeMarcus Cousins signed with the Milwaukee Bucks. I'm glad Boogie's back in the league. I don't know what this means for Milwaukee. I don't know what this means for him. Hopefully he could stick around till the end of the season, get some playing time, get some run, get out there on the floor. And we both think, at least I think we both think, like Milwaukee, Brooklyn, those are the top tier teams in the Eastern Conference, and they'll be there to decide who goes to the final. So he's going to have a chance to contribute to a team that's playing really, really late in the season.
Yeah, and I feel like trying to pull him up. He should get some tick. I'm trying to look at the roster. I know Brooke is starting at center. Bobby Portis is in there, but they don't really have. Or Brooke is. Where is Brooke? He's out right now, so maybe that's part of the reason why they got him. So right now he's just backing up Bobby Portis. So he should get some tick too. He should be playing out there, so not just on the roster. That's good, man.
I can say this in all sincerity. I'm so happy for Boogie.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
I can say that.
I'm so happy for Boogie.
In all sincerity. And a lot of it is because of the injury stuff. Like I really didn't think he was going to play again.
Mm-hmm.
It's when you've been, hit with injury after injury after injury, and you had some of the other things that come attached with him. I thought, man, it's going to be difficult finding a spot for him. And you always kind of thought in the back of your head, it's probably going to be a contender. It's going to be someone who's going to need another big body. I'd never thought of Milwaukee, even through the injuries. I didn't really think about Milwaukee, but I'm glad to see he's getting the shot. Hopefully he can make the most of it.
Absolutely. So
Sean Cunningham tells some great stories. I know we can't put over the Kings Beat podcast enough, but Sean Cunningham told a couple of really good stories about DeMarcus Cousins on the latest edition of that podcast that are worth listening to.
Yeah, man. At 4:00. I got to finish it. I started it. I haven't finished it, so I got to check it out, man.
I mean, he told a couple, because he traveled around with him during the the Boogie Claws stuff. I don't know what the official name of it was, but the Boogie Claws stuff, and then he just told some other stories about Rudy Gay and Isaiah Thomas and how it's boy, our perception of that trio seems to have really been off, or maybe it's not our perception. The things that we were told about that trio seems to be a fat belly full of lies.
Yes.
And the truth tastes good when it's a belly full of lies. And I think we've gotten the truth told to us a little bit about that trio over the course of the last few years.
Those guys, every time they get an opportunity to, when somebody reminisces on that time, you could tell like they're kind of pissed that it didn't work out the way they thought. Like, somebody will tweet out something with Michael Malone, I don't know, and then Rudy Gay will be in there and he'll quote tweet it like, "Yeah, man, it's a shame they never let me, Boogie, and IT cook together." And then Boogie and IT will be like, "Facts, 100." All the like,
and Kings fans are like, "Wait, what?" Because they told us y'all didn't like each other.
And that has happened multiple times that they've gone on Twitter individually and talked about how upset they were they didn't get a chance to play and see it out.
Yeah, I guess that's we tried to tell our man Jacob during the commercial break. We try to be careful not to mention Jacob too much on the show because he climbs PG&E polls. And we don't want him to fall off.
Please be safe.
But you got to be careful what you listen to,
because
you get fed lines of garbage that people just pass off as fact for years until brothers come out and be like, "Yeah, that's cap. That was all cap." That's like you talked about frustrating teams earlier. That was maybe not the most frustrating, though it certainly was, but baffling. Because that, like, I was like, I still like Rudy Gay, but I didn't get how that didn't work. And in hindsight, it's really confusing because Isaiah was good here.
Yeah.
Isaiah, like I had questions about Isaiah Thomas too, because it was like, yo, like, yeah, it's Zach. And then Phoenix was just like, whatever.
Yeah.
And then he lands in Boston. It was like, why was everybody so quick to move on from Isaiah Thomas? Why was Danny Ainge? Why were the Boston Celtics? Why was Brad Stevens? Why were they the only guys to like, this dude's got something. Like, let's let him rock. And you saw what he was able to do.
Yeah.
And it's still, it just like, I always am just so confused how, because it wasn't just the Kings that missed that. Like, Phoenix missed it too.
Yeah. Yeah. I couldn't believe they were going to let Isaiah Thomas walk. I could not believe it. And I was like, at the time, I said, worst case scenario, he becomes this bench guy that, is instant offense. But he's legit. Like, he lit the city on fire, when he got a chance to play and what he did. He was a pizza guy. All that, like, he was perfect. And he wasn't going to be expensive. Like, you didn't have to break the bank for him. Like, just re-sign him. And I could not believe they were going to let him walk. I was like, this is a failure. And so it was almost one of those things too, where they didn't mull it over. Like, they weren't like torn. It was like, no, we're not bringing him back. Like, go find whatever you need to find. And man, that one, a lot of people, are still haunted by Michael Malone. That's the one that bothers me more than anything. I'm not saying they would have been a playoff team or changed or anything like that, but IT, that's the one I was like, yeah, I can't believe you guys missed that one. Can't believe it.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can be haunted by as a Kings fan. I start to lose the timeline of all of this too.
It does get a little jumbled.
Was Isaiah didn't play for Mike Malone, did he?
I don't think so.
I like that. No, wait, no. Yes, he did. See, this is what
I can't remember.
The whole like
really
it gets so
no,
trying to sort out the sea of dysfunction in this organization.
He did play for Mike Malone because Mike Malone. I remember the year Mike Malone got fired. They had a good start, and Darren Collison had played well a couple times.
That's right.
So yeah, Isaiah did play for him.
Oh man, incredible. That's our team. That's our franchise right there. It ain't right. It ain't right.
fair.
It ain't
It ain't
fair.
fair.
I love what that's an odd accent. Like it almost sounded like Jerry Jones right there. It's like it's not fair. It's not fair. It's franchise. Oh, it's just painful. It's amazing.
On the show.
Oh, got to do that. Someone asked, my man CJ asked, any chance we get Isaiah or Boogie? We're working on it.
One day.
I'm gonna guess Boogie's off the table for now.
Mm-hmm.
And Isaiah's busy saving America. You ain't heard? like Isaiah out there saving America, man. Let that dude save America, and then we'll see if we can get Isaiah on the show. It is that one day someone, like I saw this alert pop up that RG3 is writing a tell-all book about Washington. Like, all right, cool.
Right.
Give me that. give me that tell-all book about Isaiah Thomas in Boston. Because if you pay close attention and maybe ask a few people lost their jobs over that.
Mm-hmm.
Not like one person. A lot of people lost their jobs over the Isaiah Thomas situation. Now, obviously, not the people not the Danny Ainge, not the people in front of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of people behind the scenes who, we're going to change the structure of the way we do some stuff here.
Mm.
And it could be a short book. I just got one question for Danny Ainge. Did you know? It's the only thing I would ask him. Did you know he was jacked up and you still put him out there? Because you like RG3, the big, he's going to tell how Shanahan destroyed. That's fine. That's all good. We all know what Shanahan did. But we don't really know what Danny Ainge did. We don't really know what that group in Boston did. Did you put him out there knowing he was jacked up? So that could be the whole book. You could hit me with the emoji. James Ham was talking about Twitter. James Ham regularly texts back the thumbs up emoji whenever I ask him a question. Just shoot me the thumbs up emoji and let me know.
That's all we need to know.
Because I'm of the belief they did.
Feel like
they knew and they discarded his ass when they were done with him. Which
feel like
to me
they
is
to have known.
Yeah. We'll step out. We've got Kings tickets.
Yes.
Kings in Memphis. We've got those tickets coming your way. As a matter of fact, we got them for you next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I don't make any notes about that contest, man. That's why I miss it. Sorry about that.
Before I step out, somebody asked me earlier because I said when I was single, Beyonce was, my target, right? I love Beyonce, Queen Bee. They said, what was Jazz's target? My guess is Dom Kennedy. That's where I would put her target at.
That's a deep cut right there. I don't know if everybody gonna know that one.
Yeah, she loves Dom Kennedy. So
that's definitely some LA stuff. Yeah, we got tickets, CJ. We got them next. We were supposed to throw them out at 2, man, but I forgot. Plum dumb forgot. So we're gonna throw them out at 2:45 or 6 or 7. That was tart cherry, turmeric, lemon, beet, and black pepper. Yeah, Isaiah. Yeah, Isaiah's baffling for multiple franchises, right? Like Sac, Boston, and then when they traded him out of Boston, it was over. Like he was never the same. Yeah. I saw someone, I'll see if I can find it. Easy, Miss P, easy. We know who Miss P's target is. Kenny going for the Queen Bee, Miss P going for Boogie. I saw someone did tweet about lost bags, or I always say tweet, but message about lost bags. Oh, here it is. Cuz IT and Dennis Schroeder, man. And the funny thing is, Schroeder's the lowest on that list. Like Isaiah and DeMarcus both legitimately lost. Like Dennis Schroeder's more in like the category of like Bonzi Wells. Like he's more in that category. And there's a lot of other guys in that category that we just don't hear as much about. Dennis Schroeder's was just super public, and it was bad, especially because of the way he played. See, and that's a great point. Is Jesse says like Schroeder's going to be able to make a lot of that money, because we weren't talking about a max contract with Los Angeles. Like we were talking about max deals with Isaiah Thomas and DeMarcus Cousins. And DeMarcus, to me, is like IT wanted it. And there was always questions about whether you were going to give someone that size that money. DeMarcus was told publicly he was getting 200 and I think it was $5 million at the time. $205 million. And then it was all gone. And you're traded 2 weeks later, probably not even 2 weeks later. So that drops the maximum amount you can earn from, what is it, 205 to 130-ish. So you immediately drop $70 million. And then he gets hurt. And then it's all gone. And there was, I feel like we asked somebody this, but I don't know if it's true or not, that the Pelicans offered DeMarcus Cousins like a 2-year, $40 million, contract, and he turned it down. But it's out there by who? I know it. Yeah. Okay. I know it's been out there, but so anyways, even the 2 years, 40, that dropped to league minimums. Sacramento Kings are in action tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers. We'll talk about that game in just a heartbeat. I think we're going to talk to Eric Crocker at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I think. I'm pretty sure we are.
Yeah.
We're definitely talking to Matt George at 3:20. And we're sending you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Memphis. We've got those tickets for you right now. It'll be the Kings in Memphis on December 17th. So we'll get you all set up right now. Caller number 3, 916-349-1320, and we'll get you set up today. We'll get you set up all week, man. We've got you covered. Kings in Memphis coming up December 17th right now. Caller number 3, again, it's 916-349-1320. You should already have us saved as your favorite radio station. Come on, man.
It is in your presets. At number 1.
Oh, for sure. 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And like KRS said, 4 and 5.
Like KRS.
That's what he said. I'm number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Oh!
So with the conversation about Isaiah Thomas, DeMarcus Cousins, that continued here during the break. And sometimes it's difficult to differentiate what's like real. And I don't think this is real. Someone saying Isaiah Thomas was offered $100 million in the offseason and he turned it down. I don't remember that being true, but at the same time, I don't have a big problem with that, because he was, if that's true, he was playing like a max player. Well, of course, that's the flip side to it. But speaking of, when we wrap up this conversation, we gotta get. I'm gonna need you to press the right button over there on the roadcaster and get this flip side popping.
Everything's good. I'm trying to get the timelines right, because I don't know if that's accurate, simply because I don't know if that's maybe that's right, because I was trying to figure out, after his great postseason when he took him to the Eastern Conference Finals, he was traded that offseason, right?
Right.
Got you. So, but what that implies, though, is that before his MVP campaign, the Celtics offered him $100 million. That seems a little, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I don't
know if, because essentially, well, you know, I don't know. Maybe
there's
they
probably
did.
some trash they found on Bleacher Report. And
Well,
let's see. He's saying, look it up. 2016, Boston offered him $100 million. He wanted Supermax 180. 180 wasn't the Supermax, so that maybe that was the max that he could get. Okay. I forgot what I always remember that first year. I always remember that playoff run with the Celtics, and very rarely remember that first run with them.
what happened that first run? I usually remember these things. I don't remember that
Yeah,
one.
normally you do. You have an absurd memory.
I remember that in that playoff run though. When
22.2 points per game.
The year before the playoff run?
The year before the playoff run. 28.9.
Wow.
In that year
Wow.
that we often reference.
That boy was putting up 28 a night. Look, no shade when I say this. I'm just talking.
I know what you're doing because I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah, this man was putting up 28. We begging for 22.
Can I just point this out because it does kind of stand out? He's 27 years old at the time. I'm just pointing it out. He's 27 years old at the time. He's going 28 and
here's
28.9.
the distinct difference for me. Isaiah his jumper was wet.
Oh my God!
Like he could shoot the rock, and he could shoot off the bounce. He could catch and shoot. He could make his free throws. He was a born scorer. He did that his entire life.
So he averaged 20.3 that last year here. And then his numbers dipped in.
This guy really let a 20-point per game
Phoenix
score just walk. But that's when Phoenix had 3-point guards. It was like Dragic, Bledsoe, and Isaiah Thomas. And it seemed like they signed Isaiah for no reason. Like the other two were already there.
Yeah. Yeah, his minutes. Dude, he was playing 34.7 minutes here. How do you just let him leave? Good night, man.
Oh, man.
Wow. 34.7 minutes a game, and you just let him leave.
That's the one
That's more minutes than he played in Boston. He played more minutes here his last year here than he did any of his years in Boston.
That's the one that's a killer.
28.
You would have him and Boogie. And I know Rudy Gay was there too, but I'm just saying worst case scenario because Rudy ended up getting hurt. But worst case, you had him and Boogie. Man.
That year, another thing that really, really stands out about I don't know how we ended up on Isaiah Thomas memory lane, but
how did we end up on
I have no idea, but he went from shooting. Is that how it started? Started with DeMarcus. We talk about per diem. It started with DeMarcus. He went to the most threes he averaged his first year in Boston was 6.6 per game. That year he went 28.9. He was shooting 8.5. His percentage wasn't. It was 30 about 38% rounding up. But he was hitting 3.2 out of 8.5, and that was by far the most 3-pointers that he took per game in a season. Because it's a bit unfair to talk about what happens next because we all know what happens next.
The 28-point year when he was shooting 38% from three.
Right. Yeah, and that wasn't even his highest 3-point percentage. It was just the most threes that he was taking per game, and then everything. Everything just changed after that. Everything, like his 3-point percentage dropped almost 10 points. His free throw percentage dropped. Like everything changed after that injury in Boston.
Man,
I mean, namely, of course, he basically couldn't get back on the floor other than the the stint in which he played significant games in Washington. But
that year, the 28-point year, what was he shooting from the free throw line?
You'll like this. 90.
Come on, man.
Shooting,
man.
rounding up, he was shooting 91% from the free throw line.
That's what the hell I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
19 shots per game. And that's the other thing, dude. He had heart, dude.
Yes.
He is, I don't know what his official height is, but it's probably an inch. He says he's 5'9". Okay. He'll make you feel like he's 7 feet tall.
Yeah.
Like he'll walk out there with his chest puffed out. He'll step to anyone at any time.
And
how old is Isaiah now?
And he was unguardable. Like, because of the center of gravity, him being so low to the ground, his quickness, his handle, his shot, like you couldn't guard him, man. You couldn't guard that dude when he was feeling himself and it was in his back. Like, you cannot guard him.
I think Miss P got a good question. Can we sue Pete D'Alessandro for emotional damages? Like, if we could we bring, I don't know, does this fall under, we need to ask James, because James said his wife is a lawyer. We need to ask, does this fit the criteria for a class action lawsuit against Pete D'Alessandro?
That's a great
for emotional
topic.
We sue him for emotional damages.
Also, remember, I cracked the code where I broke it down and I said Pete was worse than Vladdy. He had two major moves.
That's
changed the franchise.
Okay. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's acknowledge they both stink. Right? Like Pete was awful. Like, Pete's awful, and I think he's hated. Like, Vlade was bad, and it was like, it's Vlade. Like, there's a portion of Vlade that we love. We just don't love the general manager of Vlade.
You know what's crazy about people hating Pete is I heard Pete is like a really nice guy. He's like a super nice man. Just terrible at his job. But they're like, see him at a coffee shop, and he'll speak to you. He'll be very nice.
Yeah. Keep in mind, when we talk about people in that field, in this field, we're normally talking about them at their job.
Yeah.
Unless, and if we're not, we'll tell you.
Oh yeah, we don't.
And you'll know.
We don't mince no words.
You won't have any questions.
We don't mince no words.
But that doesn't change. No matter how nice Pete might be to somebody, like, he still is hated in this city and was awful at his job.
And I'm gonna still need that money. That's a great point, Mrs. P. I'm gonna still need him to pay what he owe me.
Yeah, we're going to James Ham will be with us tomorrow. We'll ask to see if we can get Mrs. Ham behind a class action lawsuit here against Pete D'Alessandro for emotional distress for what he caused us with both Isaiah Thomas and
my neck and my back hurts right now.
Right now. You want to hit flip side? I think Crocker's going to join you. So you want to hit flip side? Hey, fam, bruh, can you hit the right button this time?
I'm positive.
Can you not curse out the roadcaster again?
This is the right button. And this is flip side, baby. Niners over Vikings. Let's go.
Flip side. And no game play. Garoppolo shotgun. Debo to his left. Kyle Juszczyk to his right. Now Jeff Wilson goes in motion. And on first down, handoff Debo. He swings it around to the right. Kendricks was held. No flag. Wow. Debo inside 15, 10, 5. And a touchdown for the 49ers. It's Debo Samuel. Now we got a flag. With a rushing touchdown as a fight nearly ensues at about the 10-yard line.
These guys are look who's back. Look who's back.
Back to action. Garoppolo shotgun. Two receivers right, one left. Jimmy rolls out to the right, looks right, throws right, and it's caught on the right for a touchdown. San Francisco.
It
is a touchdown by Jawan Jennings.
Oh, my.
First year from Tennessee, second touchdown this season. And it is 14-13 Minnesota.
Flip side.
First and 10 from the 21 as Cousins goes under center. Two tight ends and C.J. Ham on the line. Cousins throwing, and he threw it right to Al-Shaair.
Oh, yeah.
Picked it off at the 20, inside the 15.
Yeah.
And Azeez Al-Shaair is down to the 2-yard line.
Yeah, that was big time.
It'll
That
be
was big
first
time.
and goal for the
That's big
49ers
time.
after a 28-yard
Chase
return.
everything.
And for Kirk Cousins, that is his first road interception in more than a year.
Did you just say basketball?
Did I stutter?
Flip side.
Nine
Give me that one
consecutive
more.
on the
Give me that
road
one more.
without a
One
pick.
more, one more.
Hand off Elijah Mitchell and touchdown 49ers. It's either a touchdown by Elijah Mitchell or that goal horn indicates Logan Couture has just scored for the San Jose Sharks. Nevertheless,
He's pissed.
27-14 Niners, 11:09 to go
He's
in
pissed.
quarter three.
Still standing.
Oh, my.
Still strong.
Oh, my.
Wait a minute. How'd this get in here?
Wolverines, and Jim Harbaugh gets his win over Ohio State. Michigan defeats Ohio State 42-27. Finally.
He asked me to christen his kid. Yeah, I went for 7,000, my child. You really are a funny guy.
Flip side.
You're a giant ass child.
I don't know how that Michigan clip got in there. I didn't do that one. I didn't do that. I must have been Elf on the Shelf. I don't know. I didn't do that.
You are a child. Well, Matt
Blame your
George, why don't
producer.
you just sign in early? And oh, now you're gonna blame Jesse.
Your producer texted me.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So it's
But not to throw him under the bus. It was already going through my head. It was already going through my head when he texted me. I was like, yeah. We're on the same wavelength.
Well, I hope you're happy. I hope both of you are happy with yourselves.
Go straight to hell.
Kenny Caraway, you can go to hell. Straight to hell.
That's an all-timer. We might need that drop.
Hulk Hogan, you can go to hell.
We might need
That was
Shivani
good.
on the show.
That was good. I'm glad. But boy, Flipside sure has a different feel to it these last few weeks, though. Good for you.
It's really the segment of this show. I mean,
It's the segment
people
of the
love
show.
Flipside. Yeah.
Okay, it's the segment of
I
the
gotta
show.
give people what they want.
The people, or you?
The people.
I don't know that anyone was having more fun than you were. Although James is calling to hear it one more time. No, you can't. No, ain't happening.
I got you, James. Okay.
Ain't
Matter of
happening.
fact, we might just cut this up, and James, you can play it whenever you want. You know, it'll be on the YouTubes, on the Twitters. Flip side.
Okay.
Paul Allen is funny though. He's so
He is
pissed
funny.
off.
You know, I think I still have. Not that we need to run. Isn't this your boy?
High snap, put down. Joseph, come on! It is good!
I don't want to.
No, he missed it. Are you kidding me? He missed it right. He missed it right. Oh my heavens!
God bless him, man. God bless him. That's good stuff. That's funny. Well, well, hopefully, man, we're laughing and good fellas in it up today with the funny ha-has, and hopefully we get a chance to do it again tomorrow with the Kings and the Lakers tonight. And like it's a total buzzkill. Just yeah. Hopefully
We got two opportunities for Drake bars this week. Will we get one?
Yeah.
That's the poll question. Because will we get one? Dare I say, I'm never going to even take a chance in saying we're getting two Drake bars this week. I'm just going to say yes or no. Will we get one Drake bar session this week?
You know, we're stacking days one at a time and the whole deal. But have you watched? Have you watched the Clippers at all?
I watched them last night, matter of fact.
Oh, did you? Okay.
It worked.
No. That's a I think I've watched maybe one like Clippers game, and I didn't watch it in its entirety.
I just got to
tune it in. I was like, what's popping here?
I fell asleep last night. Last night I had the house was asleep early. I didn't have much to do. Rare let me watch this game live. Like I watch a lot of games on DVR, and it was like 9:30 and the house was asleep. The Clippers and Pelicans were on, and it was halftime. I was like, let me watch this game. And then I fall asleep.
Yeah. I tuned in when Valanciunas was like, I got the alert that Valanciunas was like lighting the world on fire. I'm like, wait a minute. What? I pulled this up, watched for a few minutes, was like, all right, Valanciunas and whatever he's about to do isn't going to hold my interest long enough.
Yeah, he was killing them. The Clippers were super sloppy last night, though. It was alarming how sloppy they were.
Where are they in the mix of teams? I mean, they're right there. 11 and 10.
11, right?
They're 11 and 10. They're one of those teams right there in that 500 range with virtually the entire middle tier. What's amazing about this is the Kings are kind of in this little tier of their own at 8 and 13 because the Spurs are closest behind them. They're 6 and 13, and it feels like that group of four. What happens with the Pelicans moving forward will be interesting because certainly the Pelicans are looking at they're looking at all this going, we good.
Yeah.
We could pull a couple things together. Zion comes back. Let's see what we could do. We don't have to be great to make it the rest of the way. We've just got to be good and look at what's around us. San Antonio's bad. Houston's won 3 in a row, and they're 4 and 16. So do the math there. And then you've got, Oklahoma City, who has won exactly, I believe it's 1 game since beating Sacramento. So you've got like that bottom tier. Then you have the Kings, and then you've got that third tier. There's everybody hovering around 500.
Yeah,
and then the Suns, and the Warriors, and I sort of Utah also, but it's really
Utah's in they won't get messed up in that jumbled mess.
Yeah, they're also in a tier by themselves. And so is Eric Crocker, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast. Crocky, what's going on, man?
I'm good, man. How y'all? Much better now. 49ers on the win streak. Everything's good now.
I know, right? Everything is awesome.
So look, all the 49ers folks just laughing it up after a couple of wins. What's the biggest thing that you've seen? What's the biggest change that you've seen from the 49ers during this win streak?
Oh man, they stopped shooting themselves. That was the biggest thing, and I think that was the hardest thing, not just for me, but I think for most people to kind of wrap their head around, like, what exactly is going on with the 49ers? Like, why are they losing? And it was hard to pinpoint it exactly because it felt like every game they found a new way to lose. Most times when you watch a bad team, it's like, you can attribute it to just maybe not having the talent, or, man, their offense just sucks, or their defense just sucks. But with the 49ers, like, man, like the defense isn't bad. Like, man, the offense isn't bad. Like, what the heck is going on? But when you look at the turnover margin and those things, like, it just wasn't happening in that. And now we look over the last few games, they're taking the ball away multiple times each game. They're not really turning the ball over. I know Jimmy had the 1 pick last game, but they're just playing better football. And I don't know what switched. Maybe it was the team meeting that they had, and guys lit a fire under other guys, but they've definitely been playing a lot more inspired football.
And you know what, Crocky? I've said numerous times on this show, I know this isn't the exact stat, but it felt like teams were scoring 100% of the time. The 49ers turnovers, like they never seemed to catch a break. Points were always going on the board. And I always felt if they could kind of cut down the penalties and cut down the turnovers, essentially play a clean game. When they played a clean game, I thought they could play with anybody, and they seem to do that the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, well, if you look at, let's say, the Rams and the Jacksonville game, they definitely played a clean game. Now, I didn't think the Vikings game was very clean, and I think that was one of the things that was most encouraging to take away from that game. You did have the turnover by Jimmy Garoppolo. You did have, some of the penalties, whether it was downfield or other, but they still figured out ways to overcome that and still come out with a W. So I think that was a big win for me because everything wasn't perfect in that game. It wasn't the ideal way that you thought the 49ers had to win, but they still kind of really kind of dominated that game from the second half on.
Yeah.
Croc, one of the things Kenny's been talking about, you guys have been talking about playing a clean game, penalties, turnovers, that whole deal. How difficult is it, because you've played that position, how difficult is it to defend at a high level, to defend with intensity and not get that flag thrown on you?
Man, I mean, if anybody out there follows me on Twitter, they see me complaining every single week, every game we watch about the referees and how they're calling stuff on corners, because they don't call it the same on the offense, right? Like if a corner, and I see it, like you might see like a little tug of the jersey, right, or a little touch before the ball gets there, and everybody's screaming defensive pass interference. But if it's the other way around, where the receiver is kind of, pushing off just a little bit or whatever, like you hear nothing about it. So in the NFL wants it that way. They've tailored the game to where it's basically everything favors the offense. So I think it's really it's unfortunate and it's really difficult to play the cornerback position in today's game, especially if you're a corner like me, 6'2", almost 200 pounds, where I was a little more aggressive. I was a little grabbier. I couldn't play in today's game at all. how the fans get at Josh Norman, like they try to kick me off the team, throw me under the stadium, everything, because I'm going to grab a little bit. And now, I mean, they've made it almost impossible. And even the guys people will look at like a Trayvon Diggs. It's like, oh man, he's so good. Like, dude's been flagged more than anybody, and he's given up the most amount of yards in the NFL. So it's tough. It's tough to play the cornerback position. I think the best thing you can do for your team and how you go about building it is build a dominant front. You can have average guys on the back end, but have that dominant front to where they're moving quarterbacks off of their spot and making them throw errant passes. And I think that's really the best way to win. Because you look around the league right now, there really aren't just a shutdown corner. There's a few that are really good. I'd say borderline the league. You look at Ramsey, you look at Jair Alexander, or maybe even like a Tre'Davious White. Yeah. But outside of that, there are some guys getting picks like J.C. Jackson, Trevon Diggs and stuff like that. But there's a lot of average to below average play at the cornerback position, and I think it's more so just because of how difficult it is to play the position in this day and age. Matter of fact, a guy who's not getting enough love, think Emmanuel Mosley. He's playing very well, and he hasn't been an issue. We can probably point out the one pass interference in the end zone against the Indianapolis Colts, but aside from that, we're not really saying his name. I think as a cornerback, that's pretty good. So he's playing some really good football, but most of the NFL, it looks more like what we're seeing from Josh Norman.
I feel you. Hey, Crocky, we got to get you back on here, man, because the time is crazy. Kings, Lakers. You're a Lakers fan, aren't you?
Yep.
All right, Crocky, that's good, man. It's good. It's good, bro. We'll talk to you next time, bro. Yeah, all right.
Crocky, we appreciate you, fam. Eric Crocker, host of the Locked On 49ers podcast right there. And we're going to go from Locked On 49ers to Locked On Kings. Matt George joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Man, Crocky's good, man. Yeah. He's so good. So what did the Times say earlier? Brian Kelly's this note from The Athletic said Brian Kelly's meeting this morning with Notre Dame players lasted 2 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. What is wrong with that?
He's always seemed
What's
like
wrong with that dude, man?
Please. I wish someone would.
Why am I laughing at that? That is so messed up. I wouldn't be no assistant anymore.
He was out there like
I promise you that.
He was out there like Eddie and Arsenio and Coming to America, taking cars and
oh man. Oh man, I wouldn't be an assistant anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that guy.
That guy seemed like George his note.
Jerk.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, not a fan. So sent Matt George, got him. Matt George, Crocky. Everybody got theirs. All right. All right. Silence. Oh Lord,
John,
Ric Flair's
I saw
trending.
This is
Why
it's funny.
is Ric Flair trending?
Did you see that clip that that John sent us? I had read this article.
Yeah, I saw the LeBron clip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy, if you're gonna do that, man, you better not
That is funny.
better not miss. You know who Crocky does kind of sound like? He sounds like Mr. Haliburton. He kind of sounds, but more animated than Mr. Haliburton is.
Yeah. He does have a Mr. Haliburton to him.
Indeed. Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, that's over.
Yeah, that's over. We'll just keep playing it until it actually is.
I can guarantee you that's over.
That's over.
You know, has he heard that? Do you know?
I know he watches, so I Mr. Haliburton, we keep this
I
around.
can guarantee you that's over.
That's crazy.
Do you follow TJ
I'm
Taylor?
Looking at her right now.
Oh, are you?
At her Brian Kelly tweet.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she's that's funny. I love her. I think she's
not
hysterical.
she's not in Sacramento though, huh?
I think she's in Dallas.
Oh.
She is in Dallas. Yeah, she's in Dallas. I think she's great. She makes me laugh.
She's funny. That makes me laugh at least.
I am really intrigued to see what Lincoln Riley does with USC.
Did you see him on Scott Van Pelt? And I think I don't want to say anything out of pocket, but SVP asked him, like, when did all this come about? And he goes, honestly, Scott, he said Lincoln Riley tells Scott Van Pelt that he first spoke to USC very early Sunday morning. Honestly, Scott, that's the first conversation at any point in my time at Oklahoma that I'd ever had with another football team.
Yeah. Well, it could be true.
Yeah,
the first
he
conversation that he had. We are here, baby. It's the Kings and the Lakers tonight. Hasn't been our smoothest day, man. Shout out to Kyle Draper, who was here on time and prompt. We moved Crocky around. Where's Crocker again?
He's in
Arkansas?
Tennessee. I think
Tennessee.
it is Arkansas. No, I think you're right.
Okay.
I think it is Arkansas.
So we always get the time of day mixed up.
And
when
he's
we
like
connect with
training
him.
too. Like
And
he's a football
working.
trainer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we
Like skills trainer.
We had him at 2:30. He hit us back. Yo, can we do 3? Got him. It's a bad day when Matt's normally like on that James Ham time. Like he's ready. He's like ready to go. And no Matt yet. So we'll just sit here quietly until Matt George arrives.
Matt probably still pissed off. Like I said, I was listening to Locked On Sunday. Matt was hot. I don't blame him.
Shoot. Gosh, darn it.
And I probably would have felt the same way, but then I did not let the Kings steal my joy on Sunday. I went back and watched the end of that game on Monday morning, and I was fine.
Why? I needed to see Sunday
Well, that's how I felt at halftime.
I ain't go back to that.
When they went to halftime and they were getting beat up the way they were, I said, I'm going full Niners. Like Niners game was like fourth quarter. I'm going full Niners.
Yeah.
And I could have finished the Niners game, went back to the Kings later, but I said, no, they ain't gonna do that to me tonight. Not tonight. I'm in a good mood.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad they couldn't take it away as we welcome in our man Matt George here. Matt George, of course, host of the very popular Locked On Kings podcast. Kenny said you were pretty fired up Sunday night.
I was. And hi guys, always good to join you.
What's up, man?
God, I'm trying to remember all the bad losses recently. Which one was Sundays? Let's see.
That was Memphis. That was the 27 down by as many as 37.
I think the title was Pathetically Predictable.
Yes,
yep, that's exactly what it was.
100%. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I was fired up. I was frustrated because the reason why I called it Pathetically Predictable is it's a loss and it's a start to that game that we've seen a million times, which is like, at least I knew coming into that game, look, the Kings just came off of 2 really solid wins, including a triple overtime victory in LA. There's every excuse in the book, including 3 starters missing, De'Aaron playing over 50 minutes in that game, an earlier start. There's every excuse in the book for the Sacramento Kings to get off to a poor start in this game. Even if Coach Alvin Gentry is saying, hey, we know how this team's going to come out. We have to be ready. We have to be ready. Insert every Kings coach of the last 15 years who said the exact same thing with games like this. And the Kings come out and are down 11-0 to start. Like it's easy to know what this Kings team is going to do. The amount of money that I could make on Sacramento Kings basketball, the amount of money that Kings fans, I'm sure, do make betting on Sacramento Kings basketball, because this team, like the title says, is pathetically predictable when it comes to games like Sunday in Memphis.
Very frustrating. I'm with you, Matt. And we all, the definition of predictable, we saw this coming. You talked about all the excuses that they had. And the frustrating thing for me was it feels like they leaned on those excuses, right? Like they were like, well, we have the excuse. We got Friday in the back pocket and we're just, we're tired. And, the time changed. Like, yeah, it's we got the built-in excuse, and that just can't happen. Like, you have to be able to overcome those excuses or built-in excuses or whatever the case may be. And not like winning maybe is asking too much, but you can't get beat up like that. That was frustrating to see.
Kenny, I'll say they played like that. I haven't heard them make any excuses.
No, I haven't either. I didn't hear them say that. I'm just saying that's what it seemed like. It seemed like they bought in mentally and emotionally to those excuses. They haven't said anything of that kind at all. You
kind of have to, as a Kings fan, condition yourself to believe stuff like that, because if you don't, you just have to accept that your team is awful. Like, those are the 2 choices. Believe that they were mentally checked out, or they do in fact stink that bad.
I mean, it might honestly be a combination of both. It probably is a combination of both. But in reality,
that team doesn't. They're not 37 points worse than Memphis. They're
not.
Well,
I agree. I agree. But they're still a team that, I think Kenny said it before. They're extremely fragile, both physically and emotionally. And I'm not necessarily talking about fragile in terms of injuries, because up until this point, the Kings have actually done a really good job staying healthy so far this season. That's what's been most concerning, is games that they've gotten their ass absolutely kicked. Like, I don't know, losing to a Philadelphia 76ers team, or what do you call them, Damian? The 53ers or whatever?
Scranton 52ers.
The Scranton 52ers. Yeah, losing to the Scranton 52ers, and you're completely healthy. I mean, there's no excuse for that game other than you just played terrible, and you played how we expect the Kings to play when they play against lesser competition. And I use that with air quotes now, because I've fallen into the trap. I know we've all fallen into the trap where we're looking at the schedule. We looked at that 4 game road trip at the early part of the season and went, this is a game where, or this is a trip where the Kings really can make up some ground. This is where they have to go 3-1, but they easily could go 4-0. Hell, Tristan Thompson said that the very same thing. We can't look at this team and say things like that. They haven't earned that right. They're not good enough to say things like that, to the point where now, guys, the Kings started the season with like the 6th hardest schedule in the NBA. And we know how they got off to a 5-4 start in the first 9 games, which was a pleasant surprise for a lot of us. Now, for the remainder of this season, the Sacramento Kings have the 21st hardest schedule, I should say. Like, that doesn't excite me if I'm a Sacramento Kings fan. Hell, I want it to be the hardest schedule in the league, because maybe this team will actually show up and play like they do against the Lakers in LA. Maybe they'll do it tonight. Who the hell knows with this team? I mean, I almost feel more confident with this Kings team playing against Milwaukee, Phoenix, Utah, Los Angeles than I do against teams like Oklahoma City and San Antonio. If you're going to get blown out by a team that's actually good. How are you getting blown out or blowing an 18-point lead to Oklahoma City, or getting blown out by San Antonio, or losing to Philly at home with all those players missing? It doesn't make sense. But for those who've watched the Kings for the last 15 years, for the last 5 years, it does make sense.
Yeah.
Why are they so inconsistent? I know, and I understand that's a dumb question, because you could probably pick 20 different things, and you've done podcasts and will do podcasts on all of them over there on the Locked On Network. But is there something and we'll go the Kyle Draper route. We'll throw Memphis out, because there's nothing you can pick apart in that game. It was just an absolute disaster. But when you look back at, say Philadelphia or Utah, Minnesota, whatever, some of those games that they lost, like what's standing out to you the most?
Two things jump to mind. Number one is, and I know you guys have talked about this core, there are a lot of very talented individual players on this Kings core. I've said I think this Kings core, this Kings roster is one of the best that they've had, maybe the best that they've had over this entire playoff drought. But they don't play well together. They just don't. Like, Buddy Hield does not work with De'Aaron Fox. We were already questioning whether De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton work together. De'Aaron Fox and Rashawn Holmes don't seem to work together clearly as well as Rashawn Holmes and Tyrese Haliburton work together. Harrison Barnes, you'd think, can fit into any roster, and he's a Swiss Army knife, and he's been very solid for the Kings. I'm not blaming him at all. For some reason, this group of players that is very talented, they just do not play well together. So that's number one. And then number two is, I think it's all up here. I think it's all attitude. I think it's all mindset. And the fact that we can hear these players, and you're going to be able to pick up on who I'm talking about pretty quickly here. We can hear them say, we got to do this better. We got to play defense. Everybody's got to do their job, blah, 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 blah. And then they're the ones not playing better, not doing their job. I just think it's a very like mentally fragile team, a team that makes the same mistakes over and over again, can't help but trip over their own feet. And then when it happens again, instead of saying, okay, we've done this before, let's learn from this in the moment, they shut down, or they give up, or they fall back into old bad habits. Like, I don't know, taking 49 3-pointers or however many it was and making only 7 of them and thinking, hey, we're down 30. Who cares? Who gives a, you know what? Let's just chuck them up and maybe some will go in and we'll get ourselves back in this game. Which, I mean, I guess I could blame coaching for that. Hell, Luke Walton was blamed for stuff like that. So is Alvin Gentry blamed for that now? Well, that's a culture thing that has been pretty consistent here in Sacramento. Not necessarily the 3-point shooting. That's been an ugly trend recently, but that's been a culture issue with this organization, regardless of head coach, for over a decade. So, I mean, it's just, it's part of in the floorboards of the Golden One Center and the floorboards of any court built here in Sacramento, that these kind of issues persist, and nobody is strong enough to fix it. And the young guys, and I mean, look at the case of De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron comes in here, loving it, knows the fans want him here, wants to be here. His second season, he does that Players Tribune video saying, hey, Sacramento, we're going to fight for you. We're going to give it your all. We're going to give you 100%. And we believed him. We kind of saw it, even if the team wasn't playing well. Now, nobody can say that De'Aaron Fox is giving 100%. Hell, you could question if he's giving 75%, especially on the defensive side of the floor. And De'Aaron looks like he's lost the joy, the energy, the passion that he's had for playing the game and wanting to make it work. Now his head is hung. He looks frustrated. And I've never seen him more pissed off with the media in my life. So it's just that's what this city does to players. I mean, Marvin Bagley carried a ball around with him everywhere he went as a rookie. Now he's like as checked out as it can possibly be here in Sacramento, hoping to get big moments like he got against Portland to build his stock so he can go and get playing time elsewhere. Like, there's just, it's not the fans. We know that. It's not necessarily the city. It's just this organization has a way of draining these players to where they need a fresh start to look like they have any hope. And I don't know what it is here.
It's funny.
You can relate to that.
But it's funny you say that, because I can understand that. Like, I get it. But also at the same time, these players have a direct impact on whether or not you're winning or losing. Like if you play defense better, or if you can make your free throws, or you might win games. If you know what I mean? Like, you don't, I know a lot of people feel like Sacramento's just, basketball hell, and it starts up top and ownership and all this other stuff. And there is a level of merit to that, I guess. I'm not in it, so I don't know, but I can understand where somebody feels that way. But because Sacramento's basketball hell, you're just not going to play defense and you're going to lose like that. You have an impact on whether or not you're looked at as a losing team or player or whatever the case may be. And that's just what I don't understand when people say those things.
Yeah, but I also think a lot of players know that, and we've seen the Bagley camp try and use it. I mean, I played for Sacramento. Oh, it was Sacramento. It was the Kings. Like that. We talk about excuses. That's an excuse that a lot of players, a card that a lot of players can play, that 29 other teams and fan bases will buy into and believe. It's like, it was Sacramento. Like everybody and their mother believes that once Marvin Bagley leaves Sacramento, he's going to go somewhere and he's going to become something. Will he actually? We don't know. But look at how many players have gone from Sacramento to be successful. Look how many players have been successful, come to Sacramento and forgotten how to be successful. Like Marco Bellinelli is one that jumps to mind. George Hill, Dwayne Dedman, although Dwayne wasn't the best before the Kings, but you get my point. Like the only thing that makes logical sense to me, Kenny, is guys like De'Aaron come here. They want to give their all. They want to fight. And I'm not making an excuse for De'Aaron by any means, because his defense has been absolutely atrocious. His attitude has been piss poor, especially as the leader of this team who's currently on a max contract. Like De'Aaron doesn't look like it matters to him. It looks like to De'Aaron Fox that it's not worth it for him to play that hard. Like I could get hurt, or we're not going to win anyway, or what's the point? Like I'm going to let Russell Westbrook walk to the rim. It's not worth it for me to try and stop Russell at this point in time, even if this is a game that we're in, because we're going to miss the playoffs anyway. And I'm not saying De'Aaron is money motivated, because I believe, he had this contract in the bag last season when he had his best season. So it's not like, oh, he just got paid, now he doesn't care anymore. And I think I know a little bit about De'Aaron Fox, the person. I don't think that is his chief motivation, but I think he does look around here in Sacramento and go, man, this is year 5 of this. You know what? I'm tired of it. What's the point of me giving 110% defensively if guys beside me aren't going to do it, and it might not matter? And then the guys beside are seeing their leader doing that and going, well, if he's not going to do it, I'm not going to do it either. So it's just a vicious circle almost.
Well,
it's not an excuse either. It's not an excuse. It's unacceptable, but I can that's the only mindset that makes sense with how consistent it's been for how many players have come through Sacramento.
You really think De'Aaron feels that way?
I hope not. But it makes sense. Like, what else could it be, that he's just forgotten how to play, or that like what?
Well, he's not playing that bad. I think that's the thing. Now, defensively, I don't know what to say. I honest to God don't. Like, I don't know what to say about that dude defensively.
Yeah.
But like overall, he's not. He's certainly not what he was last year. He's closer to what he was at the beginning of last year. I know we kind of ignore that part of the season, but it's not, again, De'Aaron's not great right now, but he's not awful. He's not Donovan Mitchell. He's not Jason Tatum. He's not any of those guys he's going to inevitably get compared to because of the contract that he got. But I also don't look at De'Aaron and go, this dude's trash.
No, absolutely.
Not at all.
I think that the two things that I point to, D'Lo, are one, the defensive effort, which speaks for itself. Number 2 is like, it's not just that. I think you said it yesterday or the other day, like De'Aaron, where's De'Aaron's burst, right? Where's that burst that De'Aaron's known for? The explosiveness. We haven't seen that, but it's not just like he looks a step slower, but he's still trying. I think I've seen once this season De'Aaron get a defensive rebound or get an outlet pass, put his head down and try and beat everybody up the floor. He used to do that once a game. I think he's done it once this season. It's like, De'Aaron, even if you've lost a step and you get beat up the floor, okay, so be it. But I haven't seen him try and put his head down and turn on the jets and try and beat anybody up the floor. I haven't seen him try and turn a corner with the super aggressiveness. Now he looks smoother. It looks like he's gliding. He kind of glides his way to his spots and has that step back mid-range jumper that when it's on, it's a deadly shot, but most of the season it's been short off the front of the rim. Like he kind of glides and he's a lot smoother and he's gotten better at reading defenses. So he still is effective. I agree with Damian. He's not horrible, but when I question the effort, obvious on the defensive end, I don't have to talk about that anymore. And then offensively, it's like, okay, you're known for this burst. You're known for this speed, and you don't even look like you're trying to use it, or you're trying to find it. You just kind of look like you're gliding and picking your spots and choosing when to burst and when not to, which we know at times when he was a rookie and a young player, his burst got him in trouble and he was out of control at times. So he's definitely under more control, but at the sacrifice almost completely of that burst, of that explosiveness that made him the NBA player and the star that we thought he could be. And I still believe he can be.
Oh, well, that's what I was going to follow up with you. Do you think that player is gone forever, or he can come back? And I don't mean just production wise, but the way he plays the game, the level of intensity that he had at one time. Do you think that guy is just gone and he's figuring out a different way to play? Or can something trigger him to come back to that?
I mean, I don't think it's possible to say a 23-year-old has lost that and will never get back to that. I mean, he's not even sniffed his prime yet, theoretically, and he's still got so much athleticism in the tank, or at least he should. Now, I know he also plays banged up all the time.
Quick note, Matt. Quick note. Sorry to interrupt. It does pertain to the game tonight. Shams just tweeted, and this probably is horrible news for Sacramento. LeBron James has entered health and safety protocols.
Yikes.
And he is out tonight versus Sacramento.
Well, that'll be a bummer for the 9,000 Laker fans in attendance tonight. Sorry, guys.
Russell Westbrook about to go off.
No, he's going to try and go off.
I might have to be at the arena tonight.
Russell Westbrook is going to take 30 shots, and he's either going to finish with 40 points or he's going to finish with 10. That's how tonight's going to go.
Well, all right. That was Matt George. Thanks to Matt George for joining us. So LeBron James has entered health and safety protocols, and he is out tonight versus Sacramento.
That's crazy.
Sorry, King.
It's over.
Rivalry, whatever. Game. I know people come to see. People come to see LeBron James. That's tough, man.
So who's it going to be? Is it going to be Malik Monk with 30 plus? Is it going to be?
It's Malik Monk. It's Kenny's man crush. Yeah, it's Malik Monk.
So it's Malik Monk with the revenge over his teammate, even though they're still friends, I guess. Horton Tucker. It could be him as well. Tonight seems like a great night for Avery Bradley to decide he knows how to play offense.
I thought he was out.
Is he out? Well, hell, he'll still score somehow. Now that sucks because I mean, anytime, and I've been very, very fortunate enough in my life, as I think you guys have as well, to be able to see LeBron play a number of times. And even if I'm not the biggest LeBron fan in the world, with the antics of the poor guy gets poked in the eye and is basically blind at this point in his career because with the amount of times he gets poked in the eye.
He saw 3 rims, Matt. Come on.
Steph Curry
told
believed
Steph, my eye. My eye.
Iconic moment. Iconic. Yeah, nice.
Okay. That's Matt George, everybody, host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Matt's gotten kicked off twice in the same conversation.
Kyle Madsen just took over my body for a second. It took over my
you go.
But yeah, it's a bummer because anytime you have the opportunity to watch LeBron James play in person, even at this point in his career, it's a treat. So that's a bummer for fans who are going. I don't feel bad for the many Laker fans who are going to be in attendance tonight. Although I actually am curious about that from your guys' perspective, because I know a lot of Kings fans hate how much Laker Nation, who might actually be Warriors fans this year, how much they show up at the Golden One Center for Kings Lakers games. But I like the environment. I've always liked the Kings Lakers environment, kind of the yelling back and forth. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I'm always energized to be in the Golden One Center when it's 50-50. Same thing with Warriors crowds. Like when it's 50-50 and you can't tell who's the home team every time someone scores. Like I kind of like it. It just is fun for me.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. It's fun in theory, except for the fact that the Kings never win those games.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Makes it not fun. But I mean, those times when like the Lakers were terrible, before LeBron got there, and the Kings would beat up on them, and there'd still be a lot of Laker fans in there. Yeah, that was a good time.
Yeah, we got the bogey moment that stepped back over Tristan Thompson that shut up half that building.
Yeah,
so happy for Bogey.
We've gotten so many really good. I know this has nothing to do with tonight's game, but we've gotten so many good actually Kings Warriors battles inside the Golden One Center over its short history, especially when Durant was still here. There was one season where all 4 Kings Warriors games, I think, were decided by like 2 or 3 points. Like that was the same year that we had like the Justin Jackson versus Steph Curry shootout for no freaking reason.
Yeah, remember that one? Steph made Justin fall with a jab step.
I want to point out that's not a sentence you could say anywhere in the NBA country other than Sacramento.
Oh, can you say Steph Curry, Omer Caspi shootout?
Yeah,
Nope.
I remember that.
Sacramento only. These are Sacramento exclusives right here.
That was in Oracle, but I mean that season there was a lot of really good. I don't know. I mean, it just speaks to the Kings, right? The Kings playing up to the level of their competition. When the Warriors came into town, they played hard. When the Lakers come into town, typically they play hard. They don't always win, but at least they play hard. So,
and that's and Kenny, Kenny and I were talking about this earlier, man. That's one of the maddening things about all of this is we have no idea how the LeBron James, playing or not. He's not playing, but whether he was or we have no idea how the Kings are going to come out tonight. We don't know if they're going to be that same team that played Portland on Wednesday, the Lakers on Friday, or if they're going to be the team that went down 11-0 and wanted us all to go back to the Red Zone channel on Sunday afternoon.
Hell, D'Lo, how about not just the game? How about every quarter? I mean,
sure,
I'll see the Kings put up 36 in a quarter and go, okay, now that they've taken a 5-minute break and we went to commercial, what are they going to be?
It's like you have to hold your breath the first 2.5, 3 minutes of each of the game, of the half of the third quarter, and maybe the fourth quarter too. You just kind of, all right, guys, let's. I suddenly feel like the announce team with Buddy Hield. Come on, guys, just hit that first basket. Everything will be okay if you just hit the first basket.
Well, how about when a team goes on a 6-0 run? I'm like, oh my gosh, where is this going to go? Is this going to turn into a 15-2 run?
Well, it's funny, as a 6-0 start for the Kings, it's either going to turn into they're going to come back and keep the game even at the end of the first quarter, and it'll still feel like they got their butts kicked, or they will get their butts kicked, and it's over by the end of the first quarter. Like, the Kings have an incredible knack of they do two things really, really well. They will go down big early and fight their way back without looking good, or they will take a lead early and it evaporates by the time you get up to go to the bathroom. Like, it's just a talent that this Kings team has of, hey, they have a 10-point lead early and they're either tied or down by the end of the quarter for no reason. It's a Kings trait. One of many.
Yeah.
It's a mad.
I wonder if I was going to say if this was, maybe the inspiration, so to speak. And I was going to say inspiration for this team to be like, hey, we're going to go here and win this thing. I don't want to make it like if they saw LeBron, they thought they had no chance. You know what I mean? Like, cause I don't believe that, but maybe this is something we're coming off of, Alvin Gentry trying to tell them, hey, Memphis is going to be ready, and they weren't ready to go. Now they look at something like LeBron not playing, and they'll say, hey, we know that everybody thinks that it'll be easy with LeBron, but those guys are going to come out to play. No, actually, listen this time. Maybe I'm grasping for straws for reasons to see this team to be motivated for this team.
Well, you love straws
to come in here. But I mean, they can't come out flat again tonight. Like, I know they can, but come on, man. You are
incorrect, Mr. Caraway. They can, in fact, come out flat 2 games in a row.
Come on, man.
I wonder what anybody can tell them, because we know that there are smart basketball players in that locker room. We know that De'Aaron Fox and I hope Harrison Barnes is playing tonight. I haven't heard anything.
I don't think so. Yeah, James said earlier it was doubtful.
Yeah, okay. Well, regardless, we know everybody in that locker room recognizes the inconsistencies of this team, recognizes how this team falls into the same mistakes and same traps every single game. I mean, hell, if the fan base can figure it out and predict it, we know it's a conversation, a topic on that bench and in that locker room. And yet they can say everything they want and say, hey, we can't do this. We got to overcome this. We can't come out flat. This team's going to come out energized now that their star and LeBron are one of their stars and LeBron is out. But it's another thing entirely for this team to do it. And I think that's the most frustrating thing is if I were Alvin Gentry, if I were Luke Walton, I would feel powerless. And I think that's where the frustration comes from, especially Kenny, you and I have talked about the how much is on the coach and how much is on the players. Like, Luke can only stare them in the face and say, guys, let's not let this happen. Alvin can only say so many times, hey, Memphis is going to come out and play hard because they're missing Ja, and they just got Ja Morant, and they just got their ass kicked. Like, be ready. And the players aren't. Like, there's only so much you can say. You actually have to go out and do. And that's the problem with this Kings team. They know what the problems are. Everybody knows what the problems are watching this team. It doesn't take that bright of a basketball mind to figure it out. But execution-wise, they're incapable of figuring it out or adapting when things aren't going their way. Like they just, there's no such thing as a counter punch in Sacramento. It's either punch first or get punched, TKO, you're done. Like that's how it is with the Kings, it seems like.
That's a good analogy. Like if they don't punch first, they're going to be picking themselves up off the canvas repeatedly for the next 3.5 quarters.
Looking like Nate Robinson.
Well, no, Nate just didn't give up. I use the analogy of Trevor Burbick when Mike Tyson got him. He kept trying to get up. He did everything he could. He'd get up, he'd fall back down, he'd get up, he'd fall. Kind of like Michael Spinks did in the 91-second fight. He just fell through the ropes, but he tried to get back up. Nate Robinson just face planted and didn't get up. That was Sunday. What the Kings did against Memphis, that was Nate Robinson. They were just down. It was over.
It's that the Ric Flair gif where he puts his fists up and just falls flat forward when he's like 65 years old.
It's the old face plant gif, but I guess that's the bigger issue is everybody's been able to identify these problems. Now you have 2 head coaches being able to identify these problems. You have new coaches coming into the staff at the beginning of the year being able to identify these problems, and yet from last year, or as Kenny would point out, the last 2-3 years, you've been unable to fix them. And now you're creeping out. Well, it's not. Everything was. Kenny says this. Everything was supposed to be better when Vlade was fired. Okay, all right. Now everything is supposed to be better now that Luke's fired. No, all this stuff looks exactly the same. And I'm running out of places to look. I can certainly look at ownership and all of that, but that speaks to a different issue. I'm talking about on the court. There's only one place left to look. You can't blame anybody else. Like this is on the players. And my concern is if they haven't fixed it yet, what makes us believe they're going to?
I also question, especially when it comes to offense and offensive schemes, which is supposed to be the primary strength of this Kings team. Remember, guys,
that's a lie.
That's all we heard. And that's all I said on the podcast. Like the offense is going to be fine. We've heard so many players and coaches say the offense is going to be fine. If defense could be a little bit better, hell, we're where we want to be, but the offense is going to be fine. Like I'm concerned and confused by high basketball IQ players and some low basketball IQ players and even coaching staff thinking that continuing to just chuck up 3-pointers and live or die by the 3-point shot offensively is the right move. Like we know this Kings team under Luke Walton, they weren't the best at adjustments. They've seemed to have gotten a little bit better adjusting under Alvin Gentry. But like I said in that Memphis game, there was no adjustment with 3-point shots. It was literally just, well, there's nothing else we can do. Like listening to Katie Christensen on the broadcast, how frustrated she's getting, saying like, get to the paint, try and get something around the rim, please God, like try. That's supposed to be one of the strengths of your team, especially with De'Aaron Fox. Like get to the rim, start there instead of starting on the perimeter. Like that's where I question coaching with this team. That's where I question just basketball IQ period is, how in the world do you guys think that like that strategy has worked once when you scored 140 points on Charlotte? And I know we would love to see that happen on a nightly basis because we know that team is capable of that, but that's best case scenario. And the Kings are not good enough to think that they're going to consistently get best case scenario. So as fun as it was to put up 140 points and hit 23s or 15 threes or whatever it was against Charlotte, like it's not going to happen consistently for you. So you have to know that if that shot's not falling early, you have to adjust. And it's not just one guy, although Buddy Hield is Captain Chuck a 3. It's not just him. It's everybody coming in and settling for that outside shot. And it's baffling to me.
That would be irresponsible if I didn't. You're going to drop Captain Chuck a 3. You gotta drop it.
Matt, I got to ask you, and I don't know is not an answer.
Do you have to? Can we talk about something else?
What Kings team comes out and shows their face tonight? I'll go first. I think they'll be ready. I think they'll be leading at the end of the first quarter. How about that?
Wow. You got both. So, you know what? I might have gone that route. Like, oh, they're going to come out. Until LeBron got ruled out. Now I'm like, Anthony Davis, like Carmelo going to look like,
Carmelo going off
Denver
tonight.
Nuggets, Carmelo, like something bad is going to
happen.
happen.
Russ is going crazy tonight.
So Kenny Caraway, what you're telling me is you put $235,000 on the Kings leading after the first quarter. Is that what you're telling me?
I mean,
that's just a pair of them Chicago's he got on right now. Like, I didn't know. Like, y'all can't see this on the stream. I just saw it. It just popped up on the feed. My man got the full gear on. Would you bet them Chicago's that you're wearing on your feet that the Kings are leading after one?
No. Gotta hit him with the Friday. Hit him with Red's dad. No.
So to answer your question, Kenny, like it only makes sense for the Lakers. I think the atmosphere has a lot to do with it because that tonight might be the most full the building's been maybe since the home opener, which wasn't even that full. Like we've talked about before, how empty the Golden One Center has been so far this season, and we know there are going to be a lot of Kings and Lakers fans in attendance. There always are for games like this. Like I think the atmosphere mixed with the team getting blown out, mixed with playing a team like the Lakers. I think tonight's game is going to be a close game. I'm not necessarily predicting a Kings win, but I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to come down to the wire. I think it makes a lot of sense for the Kings to be in control of this game for a long time, and then for there to be 18 lead changes in the final 7 minutes of this game. Like it just seems that's the sense that I have. Not predicting a Kings win or a Kings loss, so I'm sitting there. But I think the Kings are going to be close. This game is going to be close, or the Kings are going to be in control for a lot of this game, and then the fourth quarter will flip a coin.
Y'all are a little bit cowardly. I mean, I'm saying y'all just kind of hedging your bets here. But let's go ahead. Let's speak truth to power here, because we've got our keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the People's Lender, SacCityMortgage.com. Here's one thing that we learned on Friday, guys. Anthony Davis apparently is a really bad shooter right now. Cool. Let's keep making Anthony Davis shoot threes. Now, Rashawn Holmes is not listed on the injury report, so all indications are he's back. So the makeup of who Anthony Davis is going to see is going to look a little bit different tonight, and I imagine he's going to get a little bit more touch with LeBron James out. So let's force Anthony Davis away from the basket and allow him to continue that poor shooting trend.
I like that.
You got some. You got a key you want to throw in here? We got keys for everybody. Anybody, you get any other way the Kings can win?
Hey, win the fast break battle. I want to see them get out and run. I want to see them get that offense going, even if the defense isn't going to be there. Let's get the offense cooking, man. They're at home, like we talked about. The crowd's going to be there. It's going to be an electric atmosphere. Use that to your advantage.
Why have they stopped? Matt, I'm going to ask you this. Keys to the game brought to you by Sac City Mortgage. Unlock your homeowner dreams with the People's Lender. SacCityMortgage.com. Why has this team stopped running?
Beats me. It doesn't make sense. It does not. It's the primary strength of this team. Everybody said, or we heard, like we talked about, the primary strength is this team offensively. No, the primary strength of this team is transition. And when they get defensive stops, that's when they get out in transition. And maybe that's it. They're not getting as many defensive stops, so they're not running as much. But even when they are getting defensive stops, you'll see De'Aaron walking the ball up the floor. And I think it was caught. I think Alvin Gentry was caught in one of these games screaming on the sideline saying, go, go, go. And Fox was walking the ball up the floor, or at least a light jog up the floor. I don't know. Like that's where I question the effort, not just from Fox, from this team period. Like, what's the point of us pushing here? Like, I'm just going to waste energy and nothing good is going to come out of it. Like, that's, again, the only logical explanation, because we know this team is smart enough to recognize it's one of their strengths, but are they willing to do it? And it doesn't look like they're willing.
It's hard to ignore the number of times that's happened. You mentioned the Alvin Gentry thing. Kenny and I talked about the clip where Tyrese was begging for the ball, like, give me the ball, I'm gonna inbound it, give me the ball. He gets the ball, he throws it to De'Aaron. Tyrese takes up the floor, and De'Aaron walks the ball up the floor, just like Russell Westbrook walked the ball into the lane on Friday and laid it in. It's hard to ignore that he seems to be the centerpiece. I'm not turning heel on De'Aaron. I'm just saying it's odd that he seems to be at the centerpiece a lot of these questions we have about the Kings offense, when we've always been told speed is his most unique asset. It's what separates him. And he's just like, I don't really want to use it.
Guys, do we bury the term head of the snake now, or do we retire that term now that Luke Walton is gone? Because that was Luke Walton's term that he introduced to everybody. So that term is gone. So what is De'Aaron now?
Well, he was the straw that stirs the drink, but
There it is.
we don't have a straw right now.
He's a player. We ain't even got a drink.
we need one.
We got some ice cubes that are melting. That's what we got.
Y'all got plenty behind you. You got to share with the rest of the fan base, man.
Oh man, we're always happy to share that. Luke Belair, McQueen and the Violet Fog, and Valon and Bumble Rum. Y'all, I'm more than happy to share that. And Matt, we're happy that you shared your time here with us. Of course, you can check out the Locked On Kings podcast. Hopefully, a happier edition of the Locked On Kings podcast tonight following the game.
I will say, like, Locked On Kings had, if I can brag a little bit, Locked On Kings had our best week ever last week, like to where it was just a massive week, and a top 10 in all of our NBA podcasts on the Locked On Network, which just speaks to the fan base. And unfortunately, I think
we're glutton for punishment.
Yeah, I think 4 out of the 5 episodes were pissed off, ranty Matt George.
Yep.
So I don't want that to happen. But hey, if that brings numbers, Kings keep on losing. Let's get a 30-point Laker victory tonight.
Okay, settle. Okay,
come on.
All right, Matt's
been
banned. We'll see y'all tomorrow at noon here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. Thanks for being with us. It's ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
I will say that has been a common. That's something that you can always notice is the fans aren't really into. All right, got to win. Like, cool. Keep it moving. That's cool. Yeah, no. But if it's a catastrophic loss,
they're there.
Well, let's talk. Let's get it figured out. Like, it's got to be like, I understand that reaction because it's not. You can't, like, if the Kings win tonight, like, okay, it's like 3 or 4. Like, you try to frame it a little bit. You beat the Lakers twice, but it's all right. They got the Clippers tomorrow. So, like, there's this constant, like, thing that we're constantly on edge just waiting for something bad to happen.
Well, the triple overtime Lakers victory show did really well, but it's also because it was a triple overtime game and it was against the Lakers. Like, I don't know if I have the same response or we have the same response. And of course that game happens for you guys when you're not doing a show and then your first show back is after Memphis. It's so perfect.
Oh, yeah.
It's so perfect from a radio standpoint. It's so predictable as well. But you're 100% right. And I would love to be one of those spoiled hosts that gets to pop the mic every day and talk about another win. And let's highlight all the positives and then maybe one slight concern that may come back to hurt this team when they're in the Western Conference Finals. But hell, now it's like, well, I mean, I've honestly opened up my podcast, and thank God people don't click off the video or turn off the podcast right there. But I've been very honest. I've started podcasts before going, it's the same damn thing. I'm going to say the same damn thing over and over again. You've listened to 30 of these episodes. If you want to stay, great. If you don't, goodbye. Like, here we go. 30 minutes of this team sucks, and here's why. It's the same shit. Like, it's every time.
Yeah.
So, and they stay, man. The fan base stays, and I love them for it. I said on yesterday's pod, man, I'm lucky. We are fortunate to work in a city and to cover a team that has a fan base as loyal as the Sacramento Kings are. We are almost as lucky as the Kings organization is for having a fan base, because most cities, 15 years of this crap, that the Golden One Center would be a ghost town, or would be a home court for any other team who came into town. It would be like what the Chargers Stadium is in Los Angeles every time the Raiders or any other team goes down there. So the Kings are very lucky that they don't have to deal with that. But boy, based off the attendance numbers and just the patience level, we're sure trending in that direction quickly.
They better get it together.
Yeah.
They better get it together.
Indeed.
You brought up the Bulls, D'Lo. Have you been following that team, guys, at all? Like, every single year I pick an Eastern Conference team that it's like, this is the team that I'm going to follow and watch closely from the East. And the Bulls were my pick this year. That team, like, I have joy watching basketball, watching that team play, even when they lose. Like, I just love how that team plays. I'm a huge fan of Zach LaVine, so I'm happy that he finally got that group. I'm glad that the Bulls put their money where their mouth is, and it's actually working for them, that their experiment didn't fail with, like, acquiring Vucevic and everything. But I don't know if you guys are looking for and this goes for the listeners too. If you guys are looking for basketball to watch where you'll actually enjoy yourself, go and watch the Bulls play basketball. Like, I cannot wait for Chicago to come to Sacramento. That's the game I'm most excited about this year, just to watch them play live, because I enjoy that team so freaking much.
No, I've seen them a few times, man. They're fun to watch, man. Lonzo's playing really well too.
And it wasn't that long ago that team was right where Sacramento is, and they built on around their star, and they put a core around him and said, we're committing to you. We think you can get it done. Here's the help that you need. And they all responded and bought in together. And that's something that you would think could happen here in Sacramento, but just won't, I guess.
Yeah, I've watched Chicago a bit too. Unfortunately, I watched them play Philly twice, and they lost to them both times.
That first one was a good game too. That the one wasn't that the game when Embiid got like some kind of block at the rim or something?
Yeah,
like that?
Yeah.
And the Bulls Knicks was really good earlier this.
They play again. Is it Friday?
Yeah.
Is it? And then the Ball brothers going against each other. I know Charlotte wasn't that impressive, but like the Ball brothers going against each other was really fun.
Yeah.
And like you're right bringing up Lonzo. Like I think Lonzo's been a incredibly fun story. Like he's in a very established role in Chicago, and he's excelling. And then of course Alex Caruso is just God's gift to basketball right now. He's just so much fun to watch and how he plays. So how can you not enjoy just being a Chicago Bulls fan right now? And just, you talk about not knowing what to expect from the Kings every night. As Chicago Bulls fan, you know you can expect entertainment and effort on a nightly basis. It reminds me of like even if the Clippers couldn't get the job done, but when they were Lob City, every night you would go to the Staples Center or go to watch the Clippers knowing you were going to see a show. Like there was going to be some moment between CP3, DeAndre Jordan, and Blake Griffin that was going to be worth the price of admission. And that's what the Bulls are to me right now. It's like something is going to happen in this game that is going to make me go, I love this, and I can't wait to come back.
Yeah.
One of these days, we'll have that here in Sacramento.
I mean, the Bulls are coming soon, so.
I don't know how old I'll be, but one of these days.
We appreciate y'all for being here. Don't forget to go over to DeLoandKC.com. 30% off the rest of the day. If the Kings win, we'll leave 30% up another day. If not, it'll end at midnight.
That's how we'll do it.
So we'll extend. We'll make it Cyber Monday +2 if the Kings get the win. What you should really do is just go to DeLoandKC.com right now and take advantage of the 30% off.
Just in case.
Just in case.
You never know with these guys.
Yeah, just in case. I'm going to charge you double if another Memphis game happens, you know.
I know they sell like hotcakes, so they might be sold out. Are the OK Drake Bars shirts are those?
Oh, it's still there.
Really?
OK Drake Bar T-shirt still there.
Man,
I believe it's the only piece of merchandise that I think I know for sure 3 of them have been sold. Because every time the orders come in and I look at the email, it's like, oh my God, it's a Drake Bar shirt. I believe 3, no more than 4, but I believe 3. Ginger Viking King saying, bring back the sweatpants. You don't want that headache, bro. You don't. If mine arrive in the next week, I'll consider putting them back up. But it's legit a month wait. It's like a month wait for those things to arrive. So it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Don't be surprised if you get an email saying like 10 Drake Bar shirts have sold because I need stocking stuffers that nobody wants. So
and not only that, the first time the Drake Bars shirt sold is when we dropped like if you buy a Drake Bar shirt, I lose money. So we dropped the price to $20. Then you count the 30% discount, and it's like I'm paying $7 for people to have a Drake Bar shirt.
So yeah, here we go, D-Lo. Here's how it's gonna work. You give me $20, and I'll take the shirt off your hands. How about that? Let's work on that.
I think OK Drake Bars are great stocking stuffers. Great stocking.
If you're wearing that shirt and someone asks, "What does this mean?" How do you describe? Like, how do you say, oh, it's for a radio show, but then where do you go?
It's a long story. Okay, Lake Show.
So there's this guy KC, and he
Yeah.
freestyles, but it's not really a freestyle. And then he only does it after Kings wins, which means he's only done it twice. And
But then you have to explain the
Lake Show.
You have to explain that part of it.
Yeah.
but he's actually a Lakers fan, but he's not. But he
He
is.
accidentally outed himself out as a Laker fan. And
See, that's how rumors get started. But actually, it'd be a good icebreaker if you're trying to talk to a young lady. You buy her the shirt. And
I agree.
Yeah, and then you having a 30-minute conversation with her.
Absolutely not. If I show up to a date with OK Drake bars, I'm expecting to be like stood up.
Well, that's not an icebreaker, man. You already have the date. Like if you're trying to like talk to her, be like, hey, I got you something. Oh, what'd you get me? Give her the shirt. Why'd you give me this? Well, let me explain. There's this guy named Casey on Casey, and then boom, you're talking to her for 20 minutes.
See, you can tell Casey's been in a relationship for a while because he, like me, don't know how dating works anymore. Because if you give any girl a OK Drake bars shirt, you're not.
I am telling you, I'm trying to help the people. It's an icebreaker. It's all it is an icebreaker. I was watching this YouTube show.
Wheezy.
It was a YouTube show, right? And the guy, no, look, the guy goes, it was just all about like icebreakers and one-liners, right? And the guy would he's in a club and he go up to the girl and he go, hey, do me a question. Do I look like I sell drugs? And she's like, what? No. It's like, yeah, because like 3 people in here already have already asked me, for drugs or whatever. And the girl's like, what? That's crazy. You look like such and such. And they end up talking for the next 10, 15 minutes. That's what Drake Flow shirt would do. It's an icebreaker. I'm trying to help.
I'm so glad I don't have to date anymore.
No, that game is nasty right now.
So terrifying. So freaking terrifying.
I don't want no part of that.
I have a couple friends who are freshly single and they're starting to download the Tinder apps and things like that. And oh man, like I would be absolutely screwed. Like my game was terrible when I met my wife.
We gotta get her a shirt. Get her a shirt.
Shoot us DM us your address. We'll send you a OK Drake Flow shirt on the house. We got you. I think the OK Drake Flow shirt is the one piece of merchandise Miss P hasn't bought. She's literally purchased everything on the store except for. I'm about to send one to her too. She's gonna open the mail and be like, "What?"
That's where I draw the damn line.
Well, if COVID never stops and we get back to a toilet paper shortage, you've got something there that you can use in the meantime.
Damn.
Actually,
that would be the OK Lake Show shirt that we put together and never actually posted.
Apparently, like it's good for babies to have cloth diapers too. So maybe I could cop it for that as well. I don't know. I think I'm just trying to find out uses.
Well, look, hey, do what you want. As long as the check clears, that's all that matters.
Of course, it's my check in this situation that's clearing, but
my check got denied for an OK Drake bars shirt. My life has never been lower.
Oh man. Yeah, we got to get KD some D-Lo and KC gear also.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'm gonna send one out to Miss P. We appreciate y'all. Have a great rest of your day. We will see you tomorrow at noon.
Go King.